You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
So the thing is, as we just came on air, Muifa just made landfall. Yeah, just what a bad timing it is, right? Muifa just made landfall over the city of what city it is? The city of Soshan. Yes, in Zhejiang province. In Soshan province in Zhejiang province. Now the storm has made landfall with winds of 100 miles per hour as per analysis, and what what the Chinese Meteorological Agency said was that it made landfall with a pressure of 960 millibars. Now I know it's a bad timing, but we still have another landfall coming soon in about 2 to 3 hours in the metropolis of Shanghai. So we'll still be covering that. This is Force 13 Live. My name is Walter Yun. And right now, I've only joined by 2 people. Soham and let me get the name. Jose. Good evening to you, Soham, and good afternoon to you, Jose.
Good evening again.
Good morning.
So
It's good morning
if
to
we
you.
go here,
Yeah.
most recent observations seem. So the most recent observations we had read was somewhere around the realm of the 970s, if I recall correctly. And it continues to move inland as of this moment. It will likely keep grazing the coast as it keeps moving northward towards the metropolis area. And I'd like to hear thoughts from from Jose over this right now. What do you think, Jose?
Jose, are you here?
I see. Give Jose some time. He's still setting up his equipment. Until then, we'll just go over everything there is. Just give me a second and let me load up the satellite estimates and everything we have.
Sure. We'll first talk about. So, if you're just joining us, Typhoon Muifa has made landfall over China. Probably the first landfall that we'll probably be seeing tonight. It made landfall over the city. I still forgot the name. The city of Soshan in Zhejiang province. Probably just a tiny island. And, as we see in this loop, it probably made landfall over the island, a rectangular one. Well, let's go over the warnings. So the Chinese Meteorological Agency uses the color-coded system. The highest tier is the Red Typhoon Alert, which for now is only just in effect for the city of, I believe it was, forgot the name of it. Let's see.
Okay, so this is what the Cma Advisory says. It says that it made landfall at around 10:30 local time in Zhoushan province,
Uh-huh.
and the maximum force winds near the center was around 42 meters per second. And they expect it to continue moving northwestward or so at a speed of 25 to 30 kilometers per hour.
How
And they
many
expect it to make
how many meters per
yes,
second? So 40.
42 meters per second. So convert that into, it gives around 80 to 85 knots. So about the border between category 1 and 2 hurricane equivalent typhoon.
So you're 90 to 100 miles per hour.
Yeah, basically in between. The Chinese Meteorological Administration expects it to make landfall in the area of Pudong. I'm not sure what's the correct pronunciation. Pudong in Shanghai
Uh-huh.
tonight.
Pudong, right?
Uh,
Oh.
then they expect it to pass over Jiangsu and Shandong as it gradually weakens over land. Right.
Interesting.
One important thing I should note is that this is actually happening at a very inopportune time, if for lack of a better word. Most of our team members are still asleep or are not active at the moment.
We only had, like, including me, when we had 3 members in the green room.
Uh,
They in the live
so, yeah,
realm,
and one of our
so
best members is still engaged in some important personal matters. He'll be joining us in about an hour from now. Kenneth, I believe he'll be joining us in about an hour. So
ah,
in shifting our focus away, we also have two other systems active in the Western Pacific. One is Nanmadol, which Force 13 has 65 miles per hour on it now, and continues to intensify and consolidate pretty well. And on the far eastern end of the basin, we also have Typhoon Muifa, which continues to move northward at a relatively quick pace, as its outflow is linking up with the mid latitude trough.
I believe though
Then
the two systems not gonna hit any land.
yeah,
In
most other two systems aren't expected to hit land. So
yeah,
while we wait for more data from Muifa, I'll continue moving to the satellite estimates.
Bok is like way out to sea, right, in the international dateline.
I believe so. It's at Murbox is actually the easternmost typhoon since 2000.
Oh,
A bit of a fun fact there. But that's beside the point. Our more coming back to Muifa. Do we have any questions from the chat?
as we get questions, you can send us the questions over on Force 13 in text. It will later for us. Speaking of the warnings,
As always,
as I've
you can use
okay.
at force 13 with the at the rate symbol
Mhm.
at force 13. Then your message in the chat box if you have any.
Speaking of the warnings, Red Typhoon Alert is in effect for the city of Ningbo. I believe it's just the tip that the eye was just uh, in around, just passing over on their right hand side. And the orange Typhoon Alert is in effect for the city of Shanghai and the surrounding parts around Shanghai, probably in the coastal areas of the Zhejiang province and the Zhejiang province. Yeah. There are also yellow typhoon warnings in effect. However, the areas is really big that we couldn't get too much of information. Just I can assure you that the entire eastern seaboard, where Muifa is currently in, is at least in one of their warning systems. Anything you would like to add, Soham?
At the moment, I'm actually still searching for for the Chinese radar. Hopefully, we can get some of the radar coverage as well. So give me around a minute or so while I set up the China radar if I can find it.
Right, we got some questions.
Yeah. What is the first question?
Some say the movie already made landfall on those islands. Yes. Uh,
Yes. We got confirmation from the Chinese Meteorological Agency that it has made landfall.
so actually, as we just went on air, the CMA has declared a landfall in, I still forgot the name, in the city of Soushan in
Zhoushan. I
Zhejiang
don't worry. I'm
province.
here. I remember.
Yes, in Zhejiang province, the the islands, the islands in like where the ice is now currently located at. That's the that's the location that it made landfall. Um, as for Shanghai, this storm is currently still heading for Shanghai, and you can see that it's actually north, north of the eye right now. We may probably see another landfall within 1 to 2 hours in Shanghai, probably, and we'll be still be tracking the storm until it made landfall over Shanghai, which you know Shanghai is a big city and many people will be affected by this storm.
Can I just add something um, with the wave heights right now? Where I'm gonna just say Inde, where Inde made landfall, there is like 25 to 27 feet of waves right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear me well.
Yeah,
All
your
right,
voice is cutting in
it's
there.
just a little bit
So
distorted.
as for Muifa being at peak, the GDWC has Muifa's peak as 150 knot or 130 miles per hour Cat 4. If that's what your question is, to answer your question.
Muifa. I mean,
Uh,
you mean peaking right now?
no, there was a question in the chat regarding it.
Ah,
Any other questions? Don't worry, we are here covering the entire. We'll be here covering it the entire time.
some say will Namado rapidly intensify?
Uh,
Namado. No, that I don't know.
Nanmadol does have a fair shot for rapidly intensifying, but it's still got some ways to go to finish consolidating its inner core.
Alright, we can take a look at Namado as well as Murdoch if we had the time. Since we're still, gathering information for Muifa. It just made landfall, so yeah, and it made landfall in a very, you know, information not that, how to say it? It's like we can't really retrieve any information from the ground because China.
Well, if we do need information, I am keeping an eye on local news outlets. According to them, the landfall province, all flights have been cancelled, and all fishing boats have been returned to port in the province. And
This is Namadol.
in another case, no,
Uh,
I'm talking about Muifa.
uh-huh. I just uh get I just got Namadol's imagery up in the screen. It's
No
basically just
worries. I was
a
just reading out some media reports.
normal typhoon. As for intensification, well, it is expected to intensify, but how much we don't know.
Ceiling is quite Nanodol ceiling is up there. The only thing, the only question we have is how long it can take advantage of those conditions. But yeah,
You can still
any
continue
other
to send
question?
us questions in a
And
chat.
I'll return back to reading out the news reports. Shanghai's two main airports have been cancelled. That's the first point we need to make. The second point is in Zhejiang's Ningbo airport has closed down operations, and all flights have been cancelled there as well.
Very expected.
Uh, and all the fishing boats in the province have been barred from leaving port at the moment. And in as for the COVID-19 situation there, they have suspended the negative coronavirus test requirement to enter buildings for evacuation purposes.
Mm-hmm.
However, exceptions are still there for airports, train stations, and highway entrances. And that's what the current news bulletin has at the moment. I'll keep you guys updated. As it updates.
So, some ask, can Namado enter the Philippine area of responsibility?
The Philippine area of responsibility?
Yeah. If we take a look
It's
at
quite
the
unlikely.
cone for the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, it didn't say it will. Wait, hold on. Did it? Because I don't know.
Based on that, I think that just misses the area of responsibility.
Yeah.
So I don't think I don't see it receiving a Philippine name.
So, if we're gonna answer a question, it may, but it may, in the sense that it may pass just a short period of time, or it may miss entirely. As for the cone for Muifa, it's actually a bit straightforward. It just slams into Shanghai and then degenerates into possibly, maybe still a tropical storm on day 2 in the morning, local time, obviously, and may continue to head north towards the Russian territories. Maybe the influence will still affect the Korean Peninsula, more specifically North Korea. Yeah. So, you want to add anything for now?
If there's one thing I'll add, it's that the advisory states 16 feet of waves near Shanghai. That's what the news reports are saying. And to look at news reports. Yeah, nothing else at the moment. I'll keep you guys updated.
Yes, definitely. If you're just joined us now, with Force 13 Live, and Typhoon Muifa has made landfall over China in 20 minutes ago in the city of Soushan in Zhejiang province in China. Force 13 has declared landfall as well, and the landfall intensity on our estimates was 90 miles per hour, and with a central pressure of 968 millibars. However, the Chinese Meteorological Administration, the CMA, the official agency for China, has said winds were about 42 meters per second when it made landfall, which translates to around 100 miles per hour. And with a central pressure of 960, so it's a bit lower on our compared to our estimates, of course. Right now, for the warnings, red typhoon alert is in effect for the city of Ningbo in the coastal areas. Orange typhoon alert, the second highest tier, is in effect for the city of Shanghai and the surrounding areas of Shanghai, including the coastal areas of the Zhejiang province. Yellow typhoon alerts and blue typhoon alerts are also in effect for more of the inner regions where the influence of Muifa is affected. Still send us questions. You can type your questions with Force 13 or in text. It will light up in my computer. Obviously, someone cannot see this question.
I gotta go.
Right, sure.
All right, sorry about that. All right, take care.
Too. So, you got anything for us? It's just you and me now.
At the moment, I'm in track. I don't really see much at the moment. I'm continuing to keep an eye on news outlets because that's our best bet of getting new information at the moment.
Yes, definitely. And we're quite lacking behind on local, like on the ground, videos as you may
Yeah,
be seeing on
yeah,
other
I,
landfalling
we
coverages
don't even
because
have.
yeah,
Normally, we generally have a live cam for the area of landfall. We don't even have that at the moment.
the thing
They
is
have been really useful.
the landfall location is
Give,
a bit
you know,
interesting to say the least. There's another open sourced, open-ended feeds that we can look into, and we're giving the best we could. And actually, the time is a bit um, embarrassed as well. It's a bit awkward. Most of our members in the United States haven't woke up, and as some of you didn't know, Nathan's not in HQ, so he's not gonna be here with us anytime soon. So our personal is a bit, uh, you know, sparse right now.
well, if there's one good thing, we just received the latest radar imagery. If Walter can get it and bring it up on screen,
Yeah, hold on.
I'll
Here
I'll
it
send you the
is.
link actually. That'll be better.
I
I'll
got
send
it.
you
I
the link
got
to
it.
the.
Can you could try to explain it a little bit more?
Well, there isn't really much to explain except the main thing you should note is that the eye wall, the eastern eye wall of Muifa is eroded from land interaction and dry air. That's the main takeaway from it so far. And most of the rainfall is also on the western side. So there's increased amounts of rainfall as a flooding threat over the region. That's not good. So that's not good news. And
Yes.
considering the westerly weighted reflectivity signature, it seems like a safe bet to suggest that this will stay the case for the entirety of the time as it heads north towards Shanghai. So definitely some flood. So definitely we could be looking at some flooding impacts over the next few days. Over to you.
I don't have anything to add except that you can see it clearly. The eastern quadrant the eastern
I
quadrant
wouldn't
is
say
out to sea, but the western quadrant is over land, and you can see that the structure is a bit better in the western quadrant over land. So we might see some. It's unfortunate for the areas who will be affected by the storm.
as for how wide is Typhoon Muifa, can you give me 5 minutes? I will measure it and get back to you on the stream chat.
Yeah, sure. Approaching 9 p.m. China Standard Time, 13 1 p.m. UTC time. If you've just joined us, Typhoon Muifa has made landfall over China. The first landfall it will be for the upcoming hours. It may landfall over. It may landfall at 8:30 p.m. local time. That is half an hour ago, in the city of Shoshan in Zhejiang province in China. Now, Force 13 has declared the landfall as well, with winds of 90 miles per hour and a pressure of 968 millibars. However, the Chinese Meteorological Administration did say landfall, the intensity will translate to around 100 miles per hour, and with a pressure deeper than us at 960 millibars. Now in this live stream, there's only me and Soham.
If it's worth pointing out, I'm pretty sure it's pretty apparent to everybody, but Muifa is starting to suffer from the effects of land interaction. Convection on the northwestern quadrant is now overland, and so it's basically disappeared on infrared imagery.
Yes, I am actually showing the infrared imagery. You can see that this is probably a 3-hour loop, no, 4-hour loop, and you can see that after Muifa made landfall, you can clearly see that the northwestern quadrant has been degrading ever since because of the land interactions over there. I know it's still a flat land, but it's still land and not ocean. So land interactions is really expected to happen. And when Muifa continues to head northwest, when it made landfall in Shanghai, the land interactions may be very sudden and very clear to see. Force will be covering the Shanghai landfall as well. Probably will happen within the next 2 to 3 hours. You can still send us questions on the YouTube chat. Send our message with Force 13 or in text. It will light up for us. So we just got some questions. I think Soham, can you respond to that? How wide is Muifa right now?
Yeah, give me a minute. I'll get back to you.
Okay. So you can see, so also we have some rainfall estimations. The the city of Ningbo is expected to have up to 200 millimeters of rain possible. For Shanghai, it will be 150, a little bit less, but still a very high amount as we're speaking, since Shanghai is still a coastal area and actually not as quite flat.
Yes. At its widest, Muifa's size is around 325 kilometers. And that's considering only the central dense overcast, which is the CDO, the main eye wall. Its influence is obviously much larger, which is if I were to do that. If I were to draw a line for the entirety of the influence, it's around 3 times the size of the stereo at around 925 kilometers. And of course, if you were to actually zoom out, I'm not sure if Tropical Tidbits has this feature, but on real Earth, if you were to zoom out, you would notice that Muifa's poleward outflow is linked to the subtropical jet stream, which is probably why it managed to maintain, despite having such hostile dry air constantly eroding on its eye wall prior to landfall.
I just turned on the real Earth, and yes, you can see that the influence is connected to the jet stream. I'll draw a line.
You can also see Nanmadol and Merbok on the other sides as well, and both of them are also tapping. Merbok is also tapping into the subtropical jet stream, while Nanmadol is currently situated in between the two cyclones. The while its forward outflow is while non-modal's forward outflow is definitely restricted, it still has very good equatorial inflows, so that helps it continue to organize. And we expect it, and as it continues to move northwest, non-modal's forward outflow would improve as it starts to tap into the jet stream as well. So we could see more pronounced intensification then. Maybe in a day or two, we could see this happening. But for now, its polar outflow is restricted. Any other question? Are there any other questions that need answering at the moment?
See. Some ask if Muifa is gonna be extratropical.
Muifa, we do expect once it moves inland, it would probably be an extratropical remnant low. Yeah.
A remnant low is expected, but will it become
Yeah,
extratropical?
because as it moves over Siberia, there are very famous there are many famous Siberian mid latitude cyclones that persist over there. So it's not a stretch to assume that Muifa's remnant low would be absorbed by one of the larger lows over Siberia. Any other questions?
Not at the moment.
As a reminder, remember it's at force 13, and then you can write your question in the chat if you have any. Just a reminder. Right now, I'll check if radar has updated. Hopefully, it has. It takes a little while to load on my end.
Let me take a look as well. I said no statistics. Never mind. Oh, here it goes. It definitely has updated, but
Nice. Yeah, it's still not loaded for me. It's the site's a little slow on my end.
sigh. Can you please cooperate with me? Anyway.
Okay, if there's one more thing I need to do.
As for the warnings regarding with Typhoon Muifa, nothing has really changed. Red Typhoon Alert is still in effect for Ningbo, and Orange Typhoon Alert in effect for the city of Shanghai.
When can we realistically expect the next advisory from the CMA?
Now that I don't know, I'll check for you. Give me a sec. I believe. Let me take a look. Actually, they didn't say when they will be having their new advisories.
That's unfortunate.
Probably
Anyway.
about the next 2 to 3 hours, I guess. I don't know.
Then we can probably realistically expect our next update to be around 15 p.m. 3 p.m. UTC, or what would 15 ZB local time?
11 p.m.
Yeah, so probably at 11 p.m. update would probably be our best bet for our next update in terms of typhoon warnings. And any other questions do we have yet?
I believe we have none yet. I'll take a look. Right. Some of the general knowledge questions. Do typhoon names get retired like hurricane names? Yes, definitely.
Yes, they do. At the end of every season, in every spring, the members of the World Meteorological Organization's Typhoon Committee meet to decide on a retirement for the names, and it's basically the same as in the Atlantic. It's the member countries that ask that request a retirement, and if it passes, the name gets retired.
Well, like for example, Haiyan got retired. For more recent examples, we got Goni. Goni got retired. Mankut got retired. U2 got retired. Yeah.
I will say though, the most recent committee did not discuss retirements. So the most likely retirement candidate Rai from last year has not been retired yet. It's a bit of an interesting fact. I thought I should point it out.
Anyway. Apart from Muifa, which is making landfall in Shanghai, correction, making landfall in China right now, not in Shanghai, not yet. We still have two tropical systems in the Westpac. We've got Amador, which is at the center, bottom center of our screen. Quite a large influence, I may say. It is expected to organize itself and may probably continue to head west northwest in a position that it may affect Japan probably later the week. As for the storm, excuse me, at our right hand side it is Merbok, which is now a typhoon right now, but as it continues to head in the subtropics, it's not gonna get any lively as we speak. So right now the focus is still on Muifa, which in its entirety has still lived the life quite remarkably, as anyone could have ever known. Possibly some might say in the few days ago said it may be another repeat of Hinamno, but that didn't happen, fortunately. Not a not as strong as what Hinamno has peaked at, but certainly the damages it is causing and it will cause will probably match Hinamno with its damages. As for Namado, we can take a look at the Namado's cone right now. You can see that after it made a loop, it continued to organize itself. Now Force 13 has fixed Namado at 65 miles per hour and a pressure of 984 millibars.
So very Nanmadol's fix is as one of the people who participated in making the fix. Nanmadol's fix is very high confidence. The Satellite Alliance's branch of NOAA went T 3.5 on Dvorak, and the Chinese, I think they did. Yeah, the Chinese Meteorological Administration also went 3.5 on Nanmadol, if I recall correctly. So it was a very easy estimate to make. Yeah, if I were to give a commentary on that fix. Are there any other questions? Do we have any other questions?
Let's see. Questions.
Our mod in the chat has pointed out that there's a red typhoon warning active now for Zhejiang and Shanghai.
Are expected to happen to upgrade this to red cyclonic red. It's not red cyclonic, it's red typhoon.
If need be, I will verify if this is actually the case.
Yeah, sure.
Or you can also try in a one.
If you can help me to fact check, that would be very nice.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it.
Let's take a look at Muifa's cone. Not much has changed. Expect it slams into Shanghai and then will continue to parallel the coast of China and then be absorbed into the jet stream and be pulled away towards Russia, probably in 3 to 4 days' time. Our TCO system has just updated our tropical cyclone operation system.
That would be it will be useful enough. I believe it's code red still.
It is still code red. The tropical cyclone operation status, as we call TCOs, is an internal operational system that we're going to use to determine what actions are suitable for a system. Muifa is currently at a score of 111, which the threshold for code red is actually 95. Therefore, we're still in code red. And as to recap, our latest analysis for Muifa, it has made landfall over Soushan in Zhejiang province with winds of 90 miles per hour and a pressure of 968 millibars. That is our estimate, the Force 13 estimates. The CMA estimate is at 100 miles per hour for the landfall intensity is at 100 miles per hour and a pressure of 960 millibars. It's 960 millibars. So a little bit deeper than us.
I believe we have a new member of our team joining us right now.
Oh, he's muted. Oh, wait. Hello? Anyway.
He's probably still setting himself up. We'll continue with the questions if there are any.
Questions. Some did talk about the Atlantic Invest 96L. You wanna talk about that?
I'm not sure. I'll see if I can find any information. Last I checked, the NHC went 70-70 on 96L, and we had an SSMIS overpass around 3 hours back, which showed increased banding around the center. So it has continued to develop nicely, though convection is still rather asymmetric, if I were to say so.
As we continue to gather information on Muifa, we should talk about other tropical systems as well. Yeah, definitely. So for the Atlantic, there is 96L, which the National Hurricane Center has.
As I pointed out earlier, you can see that convection is still quite displaced from the center of circulation.
Indeed. So organization is still happening within the system. The National Hurricane Center has a 70% chance of formation in the 48-hour period and 70 as well for 5 days. And for us, it will be 60% on 48 hours and 70 on a 5-day period. We also had 2 areas of interest in the Eastern Pacific, where the Eastern Pacific have been very active indeed. The first disturbance, which has a 40% chance as per the National Hurricane Center, and the second one has 30%. As for the Central Pacific, obviously nothing is still active. Why wouldn't it be?
I would have hoped for something by now, but that's beside the point. A person can dream. Regardless, do we have anything else? Any other questions which we have? Has radar updated yet? Do we have any new radar updates for Muifa now?
Muifa?
Yeah, do we have any new radar updates for Muifa?
Radar. Let's take a look. I guess it hasn't loaded yet.
And a
Indeed,
moment
it
of
is.
lovely.
Yes.
Also, to our mod, it would be nice if they could figure out if they could give us the source, because I asked them in the Discord chat and they still haven't responded back to me
Who?
regarding the source of the Typhoon Red warning from
Ah,
CMA for Shanghai.
I have no idea. It's now 18 minutes past 9 o'clock local time.
Uh,
One.
Bear with us. We still have quite a bit of coverage left to do, and we will have. Don't worry, we will have more people joining us as soon as possible.
As time
Kenneth,
goes on, yeah.
Kenneth will be joining us in about half an hour. So hopefully
Hope he
we'll
can
have
make it.
more.
I hope he can make it
If he
visit
can,
because obviously he's the most knowledgeable one. I'm not that
he's,
knowledgeable. I'm just a
yeah.
messenger.
Any other questions do we have in the live chat? If need be, as a reminder, at force 13, and then write your question.
Indeed, it will light up for us. Well, in my screen, of course, not in Solem's screen, but you get the idea. It's now 19 minutes past 9 local time. As if you've just joined us, Muifa has made landfall over China, as I've said in the fourth time already, in the city of Zhoushan in Zhejiang province in China, the little island that the eye is crossing as we speak. If you get more questions, please feel free to send us in the YouTube chat. You can also join our Discord server, discord.gg/force13, for a community to continue the discussion after we've gone off the air. Well, we're not gonna be we're not gonna be off the air pretty soon, as we will be covering the landfall for the city of Shanghai as well, which is expected to happen within the next 2 to 3 hours.
Any questions yet from the chat?
I believe no.
I was hoping for some.
Just to recap some information, some local information. The all passenger flights at Shanghai's international airports have all been cancelled due to Muifa, obviously, and the surrounding areas. I believe the airports in the surrounding areas have all been ceased operation because of the typhoon nearing the influence. Not much has changed. Force 13's latest analysis puts the storm at 90 miles per hour, a high-end category 1, and a central pressure of 968 millibars.
Okay, so somebody is asking us to see the a person in the chat has asked us for the track of non-model at the moment, and the cone for it. So if Walter, if you will be so
I can show that. It's
so
here now.
kind as to show it. I'll bring up the page.
This is the JTWC cone on Namadol.
As you can probably see, the GTWC forecast calls for it to move northwest until it gets picked up by mid-latitude trough, which is linked to a subtropical jet stream, and recurves straight into, I think that's Kyushu over there, Japanese mainland. I'm not sure exactly which island, which major island that is. I always never did do my proper Japanese
Namidai
geography.
Tojima. Wait, what are you talking about?
if you could identify the mainland area of Japan where Nanmadol is forecasted to make landfall on.
Uh-huh. It's probably in the city of Fukuoka, around the Fukuoka province.
Uh, if you will notice, the GFS Ensemble Spread, Walter, I'll send you the image for it. It
Uh-huh.
shows uh, it shows a rather interesting scenario. I'll link you the image if you want to even have a look.
Yeah, I can.
As you can see, models the GFS in particular has two different scenarios playing out. Uh, GFS and GPS both have a small scenario playing out. Most of the ensembles take Nanmadol into the Japanese mainland, but if you will notice there, a small amount of ensembles have the high latitude ridge re-strengthen and force Nanmadol due west.
Is it
There's
possible?
a divergence over there.
No, is it really possible?
It is possible. I do know a couple. I do know a couple of ensemble runs had the ridge being a little stronger than forecasted, and so in response to that, the storm ended up taking a more westward motion. So pretty interesting model signs over there. It's certainly something that bears watching over the next couple of days. I unfortunately don't have the ECMWF model ensemble spread, and it shows. Okay, one second. I think I can find it. Yeah, I found it. And ECMWF, while it doesn't go as far out as the GFS, also shows a small minority splitting off over there. If you look at the recurvature point,
Where is it? Ah,
you
yes.
can see that you can see a small minority in the ECMWF ensemble spread also splitting off at the recurvature point and
Yes, yes,
moving out
yes.
west. So that's an interesting model solution over there. See, as you can see on Walter's screen now,
Probably just a little pathway that, in a scenario that the what? So what's the technical?
I think the technical term for this would be a call in models. When we talk about models diverging like this, we typically call this a call, a COL in spelling.
Coal.
Yeah, when it gets stuck between two breaks in the ridges, so it just kind of just meanders along due west.
Ah, interesting.
It's an interesting solution. So that definitely throws in a certain factor of uncertainty into the JTWC code and basically every agency's code. Definitely something
To be
worth watching
perfectly
over the next
honest, I
few
don't think
days.
that's gonna happen because d-
It is still a small minority, but the fact that it's there is interesting to me.
you can also see the infrared imagery for Namadol, showing on our
Yeah, we
screen
can
right now.
see the infrared imagery for Nanmadol as well.
Some organization is still happening within the center, and well, still the JTWC still forecast this to become a major in about 2 to 3 days. So the Western Pacific may be onto a active active streak right now as we approach the middle of
Uh, uh,
September.
if I were to drop a zonal anomaly chart, you'd probably be able to. I can probably pinpoint to you guys the exact reason why this is happening. So if you will give me 2 minutes, I'll drop the Hofmoder chart and then teach some of you guys a neat little trick. If I were to call it that.
Yes, yes, sure. Take your time.
Okay, someone in the chat just asked if there was any update near Chuan.
Where was that? Let me take a look.
I'm sorry if I butchered the pronunciation.
Well, you don't speak Mandarin. That's perfectly reasonable. As for the new information on Soshan, we probably don't have any because open sourced materials are quite sparse in the mainland China for obvious reasons, which we won't be discussing here at this moment. So probably we have a new cone. Let me take a look.
So I've linked Walter the Hofmolar chart if he wants to take a look.
What is this?
It's what we call a Hofmolar chart. Basically, using if you can pull that up, Walter.
Yeah, I pulled that up. Now you have
Says
to
it can't
explain
be
to me
reached.
what the hell is that.
Basically, okay. So basically, what this is what we call a Hofmolar chart. So, and this is what we generally use to try and gauge where we could see worldwide activity next in the tropics or the subtropics in the coming days. So basically, the blue lines which you see are easterly are anomalies of easterly winds. Basically, how much stronger the winds coming from the east are, while the more red and orange and yellowish lines are called westerlies, or winds coming from the or how much stronger the winds coming from the west are compared to normal. Now, this chart, if you will notice at the top, is between 5 degrees north and 25 degrees north. So what's going on here is that over the Western Pacific, there's a large amount of westerlies over the 15 degrees north parallel, which what it basically means is, how storms have to spin up, right? What are cyclones? Spinning clouds, right? They spin around.
Yes.
So what happens when a cyclone in the northern hemisphere spins counterclockwise? So having more westerlies than normal means while winds over the top rotate from the easterlies, winds from the bottom will rotate from the west. So what that means is that it induces an anti-clockwise motion. In other words, it
So it
allows
favors tropical cyclone development in the northern hemisphere.
yes, exactly. It favors tropical cyclone development. And as you can see, there's a huge increase in westerly anomalies along that 15 degrees north line, which is our main reason as to why we are seeing such an increase in tropical activity in the subtropics of the Western Pacific over the last 2 weeks, 2 weeks now or so.
Because there are
Whereas,
more westerly winds in the subtropics.
yeah, this is actually due to a couple of factors. The most important, the two different factors. The MGO is currently currently too weak. So we have currently a negative velocity potential anomaly at a height of 200 millibars, which is conducive to tropical cyclogenesis because it encourages thunderstorm activity along this belt. With thunderstorm activity, you get more opportunities for tropical cyclogenesis.
Interesting. Interesting indeed.
This is a neat little trick which we use. As you can see, there's a continuous streak over the next 2 weeks now, according to this model. So, and sure enough, the ECMWF model spread have two more subtropic storms, say two more signals for subtropic systems, as you can see. If you were to see the ECMWF spread, so that's how we generally try and figure out if where we can see our potential activity next. Now, if are there any other questions regarding the current activity? Coming back to topic, little teaching session which I wanted to go through with you guys. Any other questions? Do we have any? or
I believe we have none
There's
for the moment.
nothing.
None for the moment.
we do have a new member in our call now, Tiger Murley. So I would like to ask, what are your thoughts regarding the current activity right now? Muifa, Nanmadol, Marbok.
Insane.
It's not counted as
Unbelievably
insane. It's
insane.
typical Westpac activity in mid-September, I'd say.
That's interesting because you see, when you are in September, you generally see activity start shifting from the subtropics back to the deep tropics, but that hasn't happened yet, mainly because probably because we have a La Nina in effect at the moment.
Speaking of non-linear, someone wanted to ask a question about the climate.
We have
Now the thing is, as we always talk about El Nino and La Nina, we always assume the activity of the tropics, the area of the tropics. Like most people will say that La Nina will benefit Atlantic activity more than the Pacific activities. But what we see this year is that we had a La Nina, but then the East Pac is exploding with activity along with West Pac, but the Atlantic
this
seems to have
is
died down.
that is actually a pretty good question, and this is a question which has left many climatologists pondering as well. The current leading theory is that having a multi-year La Nina, like this is our third La Nina La Nina in a row. 2020, 2021, yes, 2022. This is the third year La Nina. What happens generally by now, we would be seeing a sort of pushback on El Nino or a warm neutral that allows warm waters to be put back into the eastern Pacific and the equatorial belt along the Pacific. So generally, what happens is that restores instability, atmospheric instability to the tropics. That is the Earth's natural mechanism to ensuring a continuous heat cycle, a cycle of heat between the tropics and the subtropics. This time is that with the continuous strong La Ninas which we have had, the our planet hasn't had an opportunity to redistribute heat back from the subtropics down to the tropics. That's why over the last tropical weather bulletins, I'm sure some of you have paid attention and have noticed the extremely high subtropics anomalies. I'm sure you guys have noticed by now. One more thing I need to point out is that because of this, this has induced a lot of stability over the tropics in the Atlantic in particular, and to a lesser extent in the Pacific, and pushed most of the activity northwards. As you can see, most of the activity in the last 2 weeks has been mainly subtropics based,
Yes.
with the sole exception of Earl and K. With the exception of these two storms, basically every single storm has been subtropics based. I'm sure everybody has noticed that.
I didn't notice any in the Atlantic or the Eastern Pacific, but the West Pac is really subtropic based. Like
If you were to,
we see Hinamno
yeah,
and then right now Muifa and then Merbok. We can see a trend of subtropic storms.
uh, basically what I was pointing on, Daniel, you might have noticed Daniel had formed pretty far north.
Yes.
You remember?
Yes. Yeah.
So basically, that's what I was alluding to. We have seen more storms forming in the subtropics than the tropics so far this peak season.
Ooh.
Now, someone in the YouTube chat did ask if there was any new AOIs in the West Pac.
None that I heard of at this
No,
moment.
it's not really.
None that I heard of anymore at this moment. The JDWC doesn't have any new AOIs as far as I've seen in the latest bulletin. We also had a new cone for Muifa by the GTWC. So basically, they did say the landfall intensity is 90 miles per hour, as we can see in Disco. The landfall intensity is 90 miles per hour, and landfall in Shanghai will probably be here around, on their estimates, around 4 to 5 hours later. But I don't think that's really the case. I think landfall is expected to happen in Shanghai for like 2 to 3 hours from now, or possibly 2 hours from now, even. And then it continue to move northwestwards, and in about 2 days, it's gonna cut into the jet stream and will be flown towards the west, affecting the influence, probably affecting the country of North Korea and the Russian region. So the first hour of our live coverage for the landfall of Muifa has passed. And if you're just joining us now, which I don't know why, but if you're just joining us now, Muifa has made landfall over China last hour in the city of I forgot the name again. In the city of Shoshan. Yes, Shoshan in Zhejiang province, the island that you see Muifa passed through. Landfall in Shanghai is expected to happen within the next 2 hours. The landfall fix that Force 13 has issued is that the storm may landfall in Shoshan with winds of 90 miles per hour and a pressure of 968 millibars. However, the CMA, the Chinese Meteorological Administration, did say that this storm made landfall with a wind speed of 100 miles per hour and with a pressure of 960 millibars. For the warnings, Red Typhoon Alert is in effect for the city of Ningbo, and as per some of our members have said, the Red Typhoon Alert has been extended towards Shanghai and the surrounding coastal areas, probably in the Zhejiang province. Orange Typhoon Alerts have also been extended towards the locations after Shanghai, which we're very expected to pass in the early mornings local time. You can still send us questions at Force 13 to us by typing Force 13 or in text in the YouTube chat, and with your questions you would like to for us, and we can probably answer you whether we can. Some say that how is Muifa affecting Taiwan? Well, it has affected Taiwan as for grammar issues. However, it didn't make any direct landfalls to Taiwan. The track is that it probably just moved towards the Taiwanese islands and then gradually moves north around like this. So Taiwan was affected by Muifa, but not as much, due to not direct landfalls have been observed. But Taiwan did still experience the gusty winds and rainfall. That answer your questions. Right now in the Western Pacific, we're seeing 3 tropical systems active at the moment. Apart from Muifa, which is at your left-hand side of the screen, we also have Namadol, the storm at the center. We also have Murbok at the far right. As for the North Atlantic, we continue to have Invest 96L, which continues to organize itself, and the Eastern Pacific had 2 areas of interest active at this time. It's best that we take a look at the models as well to forecast any future activities. Is the GFS model. You can see this is Muifa, Namado, and Merbok, obviously. And as Muifa continues to move north, you see that Merbok has probably be sucked into the jet stream and may possibly be a extratropical, maybe reaching Alaska by the end of the week. We can also see Namado going quite strong, reaching category 3 to maybe possibly category 4 strength, and then unfortunately slams into the Japanese Kyushu Islands, probably Fukuoka, the province of Fukuoka and such. After Namado, we're going into the mid ranges. You can also see some activities in the subtropics, and we won't be seeing anything at the long run, probably. Hopefully, we don't see anything in the long run. But right now, it's still Muifa at the spotlight, with Namado being probably the next threat towards the Asian islands.
Have any other questions at the moment? From the
Some
chat.
are asking about our opinions on the peaking of Namado.
Well,
Did the Cyclone and his team had any discussions yet?
we haven't yet decided on a final peak for Muifa.
No,
Preliminary
not Muifa,
estimate
Namado.
Nanmadol, peak.
Yes.
We don't really have a peak for Nanmadol yet. At the moment, we're just following the JDWC's peak.
So the JDWC's peak is 100 knots. So
Around somewhere around that area. I will point out that the ceiling for its peak intensity ceiling for its peak is definitely higher than 100 knots. I won't rule it out, but it's still rather low. Oh, and she has our mod has finally sent us the source. I will port source the red warnings in Shanghai. I will post it the output channel.
sure.
There we go. It's rather large, a bit small.
I can manage. Let me take a look. It's a bit blurry. Maybe I'll just go
Yeah.
to the website instead. Oh yeah, I can change it to English. Anyway, it is proof that Shanghai has received the red typhoon warnings. Now for the storm's arrival, probably in the next 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah, someone asked, is it going to Daichang County? Well, I'm going to assume that they're referring to Daichang Province.
I have no idea where Daicheng is.
Right.
Hold on. Daicheng Province. Is that Daicheng Province? It's not that one. Never mind. I'll assume it will. There is a English translation. Here we go. So, Muifa update. A red typhoon warning has been issued for areas in Zhejiang and Shanghai. Strong winds, heavy rainfall, and high waves are forecast on 14th to 16th of September over the provinces of Zhejiang, Shanghai, Jiangsu, and Shandong in eastern China. So here it is, the official update for Muifa from the Chinese Meteorological Agency.
Useful. I will now go ahead and check media reports if any have updated in the last few hours.
Sure.
And another person asks, what is the temperature of Typhoon Muifa? I would assume they're asking for the eye temperature.
Eye temp, huh?
Eye temperature. Okay. I believe our friends over in Dapia. It's a really good satellite imagery source. I would recommend using it. They have an inbuilt eye temperature for. They have an inbuilt eye temperature sounder. If I will go and access that and get back to you in a few minutes. Okay, so the current temperature of the eye in Muifa is 5.9 degrees Celsius. Uh, do we have any other questions?
The only other question there is Muifa already make landfall?
Yes.
Yes, it has made it made its first landfall as we were beginning live coverage an
We
hour
just
back.
started the live coverage. The CMA has declared landfall, the first landfall, for Muifa in China, in the city of Soshan. The time probably is about 8:30 local time, which translates to 12:30 p.m. UTC, Greenwich Mean Time.
And Super Typhoon Tracker asks, what is your analysis with the peak of Muifa and additionally with Merbok?
So, you got any?
Could you repeat the question? It got cut off there.
What is your analysis with the peak of Muifa and additionally with Merbok?
Both Muifa, I personally have it at 125 miles per hour, and for Merbok, I have it at 80 miles per hour. While it did hit T6.0 on Dvorak, it was being badly affected by dry air. So I don't think winds were mixing as well under the surface as as infrared appearance was there. So that's why I'm 5 miles per hour below the JTWC peak for Muifa. And as for Merbok, I don't see a reason on deviating from JTWC. Their 80 miles per hour peak is just fine. Estimate currently. Any other questions?
And the other question is, what is the peak intensity when it made landfall? So I'm going to assume they're referring to Muifa.
Yes.
Muifa's intensity when it made landfall was between 80 and 85 knots per the CMA. In other words, between 90 to 100 miles per hour. I don't have an exact estimate because the Chinese Meteorological Administration uses meters per second, and their conversion value when we look at it in our miles per hour and knots estimates falls between 90 and 100.
I still
So
have
that's what
no
I
clue
know.
why they're using meters per second in 2022.
A lot of, I believe they use meters per second mainly for internal reasons. I'm not really sure what the CMA's rationale for using meters per second. as a unit.
Never mind. Doesn't really say that. Right, if you continue to have more questions, you can send us over our YouTube chat. When type force
Always
13.
remember, at force 13, send your message.
Indeed. We're joined by Kenneth.
Welcome, Kenneth. We've somehow managed to barely hold on.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we barely hold on. That is the status right now. We're now joined by Kenneth, finally.
Right.
So, how
finally
you
my
feel
boss
about Muifa and the tropics right now?
So Muifa right now, let me see. It is currently being impacted by land interaction. The structure is degraded quite a little bit, but still, surface data still reveal pretty strong. Intensity still like 90 miles per hour, 85 to 90 from surface support right now. Yeah, we have it at 90. Based on that and the pressure relationship, that's up to 968, 969 millibars, about like that. With an iPad of quite some surface station that supported. Yeah. Very briefly, it is the case.
Okay, so we have a question. What height of storm surge is associated with Muifa's landfall over China? CMA had issued in their advisory that we should expect realistically 16 feet of waves in Shanghai, that according to their news bulletin which they sent out to the public. As for storm surge, I don't think they have given exact numbers for storm surge. Ken, do you have any idea?
If it just where is that? Like 2, 3. Let me see if there's any more surface data update. Previous update. The landfall.
The reason why we were waiting on Kenneth because he has exclusive access to an important Chinese only user forum which we call TIBS.
Yeah.
Only Kenneth has access to that, as far as I know.
Wow.
So we were hoping for his input on the surface data and observations.
I mean, yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty much everyone can access it as long as you can understand what is inside. Well, back to here. So the observation supporting there's a summary here. Muifa's making landfall over Zhoushan. The lowest sea level pressure recorded is 969.5 from Baisha Station. That's roughly how the landfall intensity from our analysis is being derived. 968 is from the 969.5 millibar. Assume that it is not directly at the 0 kilometer point yet. And then the highest wind recorded is 40.8 meters second, 10 minutes sustained, with gust 50.6 50.6 meters per second from Zhongqing Station with an elevation of 55 meters offshore of Zhoushan, the major land mass. Yeah, that means it's still pretty much, yeah. pretty base for estimates. Yeah, assume the undersampling and the blocking stuff, which yeah we follow the wind pressure relationship, which yeah all should be okay, but Zhoushan should be not okay with the entire island being covered by a hurricane force winds.
When do you expect Muifa to make landfall in Shanghai? In 2 hours, I guess.
Pretty much.
Kind of.
Yes.
I'm asking that. When do you think that Muifa is gonna make landfall in Shanghai? Probably in the next two hours, I guess. Right?
Shanghai. Let me see. Let me retrieve the latest radar here.
Don't slam your keyboard that hard. It's not gonna last.
Yeah, Shanghai landfall. It's pretty much next 2 hours. Yeah. Near midnight. Yeah, as expected.
Near midnight.
Near midnight. That would be in about roughly
2 hours.
2 hours.
2 hours.
Near 12.
Yes, 2 hours. Yes.
Now, someone in the chat did ask, do I need to go to work tomorrow? That depends on where you work.
Depends on what the
If you're in
Chinese
Hong Kong, you have to.
You have to go to school or go to work very punctually, okay?
No. The thing is where you're living. If you're living in Shanghai, I don't think they're gonna. I don't think. I think school suspension is going to happen in Shanghai. However, it depends on where you live.
Yeah,
if you live in Japan,
longer than tonight in downtown Shanghai.
the thing is, if you live in Japan, you have to go to work. That's.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Unless you're in Shanghai or in Zhejiang or any of these provinces being greatly affected, I highly doubt they'll be closing workplaces and businesses and schools.
Yeah. Just accept the fate and go to work.
That being said, this is the first typhoon landfall in the eastern side of China in a while. When was the last eastern China landfall we had as a typhoon?
Infa.
Typhoon strain? Infa. Yeah. Okay,
Infa.
last year.
Yeah. Infa directly also make landfall there.
Infa made landfall in Shanghai as well. I think probably the same regions. I believe it is.
Yes.
And someone just asked, how much rainfall would China get from Typhoon Muifa?
That is a good question. I will see if I can dredge up the HWR of rainfall forecasts. Okay, so we are looking for forecast.
We've just passed 10 p.m. China Standard Time. There is 2 p.m. in Greenwich Mean Time, the UTC time. This is Force 13 Live. We'll continue to track Muifa's landfall as it heads. Is it now made landfall over
So if you were
China?
to if I may interrupt in just a moment.
Yes, go on.
The Ecmwf has a forecast. I will see if how much I can find it. We are getting numbers of around 90 to 100 millimeters of accumulated 24-hour precipitation over the affected landfall areas as Typhoon Muifa moves northward through the Chinese coast. So that's your answer if you are looking for it. Continue.
And we had a couple more questions. One person asked, any future animations will come in 22? We'll probably have
Definitely.
lots of animations coming up.
Definitely, we will have animations coming up, but not in the not very close from now on because of the code red situation happening right now. We usually won't publish any animations while we're in a serious situation like this in code red or probably in code orange. So when the tropics die down, we may have animations of individually tracked storms. We may have the track of
We
Inamnor
do have a
later.
couple in the works. We do have a couple in the works, but I will hold off on. I'd hold off on mentioning any more because at the moment we have much more serious things to be keeping an eye out on right now.
And another person asked how many people in the Force 13 team are actually professional meteorologists.
I will say that our head is a student meteorologist who is currently studying in the University of Hong Kong, and our head moderator is also a student meteorologist who is studying in Oklahoma, if I recall correctly. Any other questions do we have?
How big is the wind field of each systems?
How big is the wind field of each systems? At the moment, I only have JTWC data to go off of, so I will pull that up if I could pull it up because it seems my primary source for getting data is down.
Right. Is it my problem or we got into silence?
We're currently waiting for more data at the moment, and for questions from chat. Reminder: you can ask questions from at Force 13, and we do have a new chat. What is the ACE for Westpac so far? The most recent update, which I saw, was 96.55. One
Ace
second.
count. Did you mean the ace count? I don't know.
Sorry, I got carried away. I had a call. But to answer your early question, no, that was not the Eastern Pacific. The Eastern Pacific is at 94.7, and the Westpac's ACE is now 96.55.
Right. Is it
So yeah,
still below
considering all the
average?
activity we have right now, I'm not surprised. I would not be surprised if we reach 100 ACE in the Westpac by tomorrow.
No, is it still below average at the time?
Oh, it's very below average. It's around 60 A's below average because you can't offset a dead July and August.
Indeed. It's now 7 minutes past 10 p.m. local time in China. Right now, Force 13 is the latest analysis from Force 13 puts Muifa at 90 miles per hour and a pressure of 968 millibars. That is also the landfall analysis the landfall intensity in Soshan in an hour and a half hours ago. However, the CMA did say that this storm made landfall in with approximately 100 miles per hour winds and a pressure of 960 millibars. This is now the latest advisory as we pass through the 10 p.m. mark local time. So
Okay. So I'm getting news from our very reliable source, which is NAC. He has pointed out that we will not be getting proper products from Metop B satellite till 14Z, which is now. So there was a period of outage for a little while, which just ended for Metop B. So any ASCAT products we get from Merbok or Muifa or Nanmadol will not have as good quality as we used to have.
as ASCAT's quality goes by, it's not this is still quite infamous for its quality.
It's called ASCAT still the best we have right now, but the only issue is after losing Metop A back in November last year, it's become very difficult to get a consistent passes for tropical cyclones. I just hope they're planning a replacement soon, because I last I checked, there are still no plans for replacing it with next gen satellites in the next 3 years.
And if have you got
No,
any?
someone
As
asked
for
in the chat.
any prediction with the current activity in the Atlantic, can it end it with below average or average? See, considering the Atlantic still has one more peak, climatologically speaking, of October 20th. So I will still not rule out an average season count at the end of the season, when the end of the season rolls around. Regarding the question over there. Any
Yeah.
other questions? Do you have any other questions? While we wait for questions, Kenneth, what do you think of Nanmadol and Merbok?
So Murba is, well, not much time left for it. Like half day left, if I remember correctly, before the shear just skyrocket. But it likely will still continue to deepen as a powerful extratropical cyclone. Yeah, although the structure may be degrading right now. Yeah, models expect to have it still deepening as a powerful extratropical. It's currently showing signs of transitioning already, to be honest, and should be expected to complete like within like a day or something. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, we may still see broad extra hurricane force winds for the extratropical states, but still now currently a very open sea, but may later on affecting Aleutian Islands. Yeah, as it turns extratropical after the like 2 days or so. And regarding when we talk about Namadol, yeah. So Namadol is currently, well, pretty extensive banding feature with very outstanding outflow pattern, overcast and banding, and a very nasty banding eye is currently roping around. Yeah, it may showing sign of some pretty significant intensification soon. Which I currently expect like Category 3 Typhoon right now from JWC right now. If it's successfully rapid intensify further, maybe higher, but right now, yeah, as major typhoon and bringing pretty considerable threat to Japan right now, especially yeah, especially Japan. Yes, yeah, Japan and maybe yeah, currently Japan right now, and as a very significant typhoon like next week. Right now, it's currently still as a pretty strong tropical storm right now. intensifying pretty decently for Namadol. And right now we are focusing on Muifa right now, which despite weakening for a little bit, because of that interaction, is still producing pretty strong hurricane force winds near the landfalling region, Zhoushan and Shanghai were affected the badly, the worst, the next target in the next few hours. And it will move further inland and further weaken in the next few days due to land interaction.
All right. So, do we have any new questions since then?
I want to ask something. Currently the rainfall is at recorded over 300 millimeters on over Zhoushan and at certain station, like yeah. Xie Station over Ningbo 355.9. Since 1400 right now it's 355.9. Numbers may still increase. Yeah, so 400 to 500 is what you'd expect within the overcast of this system.
Right, if you have any questions, you can continue to send us on YouTube the usual way.
Someone just asked, is there any system that might form next to Namadol?
Now there are no
Not
areas
right
of.
now, but we do have some signals for a system or so after after Nanmadol dissipates. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Indeed. And to reiterate also, apart from the three tropical systems active in the Western Pacific, there are no areas of interest marked by the Joint Typhoon Warning Center or us whatsoever. But we may be seeing another maybe tropical signs of development, probably after Namado.
Yeah, after Namadol, later next week, models made indications of another tropical cyclone. Yeah, near 20 something 140 east. But we're still very uncertain with anything because it's still a pretty far out. Yeah, out of 120, there's quite a lot of uncertainty there. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah. The subtropic has been pretty. There's the subtropics, not the tropic, is very active right now in the West Pacific. And that's why right now the MJO is currently really weak at any basin right now. Yeah. So this westerly wind burst, yeah, is currently the main driver triggering the recent West Pacific activity and possibly the future activities as well, like the yeah, in the future the autumn peak.
Okay, so if you are just joining us, we have three systems active in the Western Pacific, and there are which are Typhoon Muifa, Typhoon Merbok, and Tropical Storm Nanmadol. And on the Atlantic, we have West in 96L, and in the Eastern Pacific, we have 94E. As a quick revision of the global tropics and subtropics setups right now.
Thank you, Soham. Also, you can see the satellite imagery on our screen right now. It has passed the Zhoushan area earlier, and it's now currently in a direct path towards
By
the
now, we should have
Shanghai region.
updated radar coverage now for Muifa. I'm seeing if there's a new updated radar. Still quite slow on my end, so bear with me here.
If you got anything new for us?
Yeah, I'm the new radar image is loading in. I am waiting for it to load fully. It's taking a little while.
Now, we did have a couple of questions. One of our moderators asked, I mean, Muifa is not a rain bringer. The winds are pretty consistent and constant. Normally, it's easy to say what's the main threat. Your thoughts?
The main threat in a cyclone is always two major things: flooding and storm surge. This is an important rule of thumb to remember when you're doing landfall coverage of storms. Flooding and storm surge are the two main damaging and casualty bringing effects which storms have. Winds winds and most buildings these days are in this region are built to withstand high winds, but rainfall and flooding and storm surge is still not so much, which is why the main threat is almost always flooding and storm surge.
And another person asked, how will you describe the Typhoon Muifa?
I would describe Typhoon Muifa as a typical storm undergoing land interaction. As you can see from the from visible from short-wave infrared imagery, most of the convection is on the is on the eastern side, and the area and the part of the CDO that's over of the eyewall that's over land is pretty much devoid of deep convection, which is a pretty common thing you see with storms that are scraping land.
Another person asked, do you have a sea surface temperature analog that you compare with the current sea surface
Uh,
temperatures setups to the worldwide?
A lot of people are going to flame me for this, but 2030. It was pretty close to 2030 in a few weeks back. I will say that.
Wait, what do you mean 2020?
They were asking what is the best analog for sea surface temperature anomaly setup for this year.
2020, yeah.
It was 2020, not so much. I'd say it was pretty close to 2030 in a few weeks back, but it's changed a bit since then. I will stay away from mentioning 2013 too much in this live stream.
And someone stated, I am from Yangcheng. What update here? Moderate wind with rain. Will it come here?
Yangcheng. Where is Yangcheng?
Yangcheng is probably at that I don't know. Yangcheng's at let's take a look. No idea. I just remember there's a lake called Yangcheng Lake.
I'm pretty sure a simple Google search will get us there.
Yeah, but never mind. I zoomed in anyway. It's probably around the eastern regions.
Well, considering how it depends on how east it is. The more east The more east and the closer to the storm's path, the higher the chance you will see significant winds and rain and heavy rainfall. As for whether South Korea will be affected, one of our viewers asked if South Korea would be affected. Uh, Maybe some rough waves, some high waves, and rainfall from the banding, which is being shed by the storm as it moves northward. But apart from that, I don't see much impacts from on South Korea from Muifa.
And another person asked, how active do you guys think November and December will be for the Westpac?
Climatology dictates it would be decently active for a La Nina. Considering we are in a La Nina, we could see the significant activity in November and December. Apart from that, I can't really comment on exact specific data because we are still way too far out to give a proper number on it. Any other questions? Remember, at 4:13 questions, I'll give you guys some time to respond with the questions.
As we gather some questions, you can take a look at the screen. I'm now showing the infrared, long wave infrared. As per Som just said earlier,
Okay,
the
so
the
it
land
is part of
interactions is
Yangtze is a
yes.
part of Jiangsu. So yeah, you can expect significant winds and heavy rainfall.
Right, but
Yeah, continue what were you saying?
so some of this just said that the land interaction is affecting poorly on Muifa, and you can clearly see that on the infrared imagery. Basically, the eastern eye has just completely collapsed. In terms of it's the overcast, the eastern, no, correction, the western eye wall is completely collapsed because of the land interaction. As you can see that the northwestern quadrant is nowhere to be seen. But basically, it's just the effects of making landfall, and when the system is over land, the land will seemingly stop feeling water vapor and energy towards the system, thus
I
weakening
will
is
point
expected.
out I will point out not to be too swayed by the infrared imagery because radar is actually the opposite of infrared imagery at the moment.
Visible.
Yeah,
Most of the
it's probably due to the terrain rising. The terrain leads to the rising of air. Yeah, force the rising of air that foster convergence, which make relatively stronger convection and clouds. Hence, a heavier rainfall and thus reflexively, which that's why the western banding, the northern western eye wall, is currently stronger than the eastern, which simply just being eroded overall by convection by convection being eroded because of land, and yeah, the upper level the convection eroded because of shear, because of land, and overall the eastern eye will from radar it just have a severe break in it because there is wind shear that affecting it, not strong but noticeable in radar in here, and but on the northern side, western side is still dumping pretty significant amount of water to those areas, Ningbo, Shanghai, Zhoushan. These areas are being dumped with heavy downpours, and currently Zhoushan is receiving the impacts of the southern eye wall, the back vortex, and is receiving similarly strong winds compared to around 2 hours ago before landfall.
All right. So as always, if you're just joining us right now, you can see we have a typhoon which is currently making landfall, Typhoon Muifa, which has made landfall and is actually heading for its multiple landfalls along the northern coast of China, eastern coast of China. And we also have two other systems active in the Western Pacific, which is tropical storm Nanmadol and Typhoon Merbok. As of right now, it is this. I believe the time is now 10:30 p.m. local time.
Yes. 10:27.
10:27. So close enough. And yeah. Okay. So we do have a question which says, can anybody tell us about the current situation about Muifa? Muifa made landfall over Zhoushan, I think that was the correct pronunciation,
Mm-hmm.
a couple of hours ago, and it's expected to make landfall in Shanghai in about 1.5 hours.
Basically, towards
Any other questions?
midnight local time, the storm will be passing over Shanghai. That was our estimates. It may be faster than expected. Yeah, we shall see.
Okay, so any other questions? As always, at 4:13, yeah, write your question. That's the format we follow. In the meantime, I'll continue looking at the news bulletins, see if we have anything of importance. Okay, so as always, we are waiting for questions. Okay. Okay, so we do have a viewer in Sichuan who is reporting increased winds who's reporting increased winds in his area. Uh, and he's asking if winds are going to continue increasing. Opinions?
Probably,
Uh, if I
because
were to
they're
give
just
my
getting
opinion,
one
if I were to give
that
my
for
opinion on this, sure. Go ahead, speak.
well, because they're only going to get first part of the eye wall, and then as soon as the eye passes, then they're going to get the backside, which is going to be worse than the front side in regards to the
Basically,
wind.
generally, in the in northern hemisphere, it's generally the northern eye wall which is generally stronger than the southern one, if I recall correctly. However, I will say that under no circumstances must you leave your designated safe areas once the radius of maximum winds passes and you enter the eye of the storm. Because even though because the second eye was is still there to go through, and it will come from the opposite side and can catch and often catches people off guard. So that is an important piece of advice to remember. Any other questions?
Not many.
Don't have any other questions at the moment. All right, so until we wait for more questions on Muifa, we can zoom out and take a look at the tropics, at the worldwide tropics once again.
Right now, in the Western Pacific, apart from Muifa, we have Namado, which will be the next spotlight after Muifa degrades. Namado did had a forecast peak of 100 knots, which translates to 115 miles per hour, as per the Gfs Advisory. And of course, their website died, obviously. We also have Merbok. Merbok is also in the subtropics and is expected to be absorbed into the jet stream and die probably in the next 2 to 3 days.
It's worth noting that Merbok is expected to undergo
Extratropical
significant
transition.
deepening up towards tropical. I believe some models had it as a 930 as a 930 millibar extratropical low, which is honestly kind of insane.
Kind of
See, as you
interesting
can
to
see,
see, actually. We may be possibly seeing a mobile extratropical cyclone. Yes, indeed.
yeah. I believe some models had it at 933 millibars earlier this day, earlier in the run.
And after Muifa, Namado is expected to unfortunately hit Japan once again, this time in the Kyushu Islands.
Honestly, while it is unfortunate, I will note that late September, early October is generally when most typhoons head for Japan,
Yes.
according to the climatological setup.
Climatologically speaking, yes, yes it was. And in the Atlantic, we had 96L, still organizing.
96L is definitely organizing nicely. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a designation by the NHC by tomorrow, but
Is it that
it
soon?
still has it clearly has to deal with.
Is it that soon though? Like the structure is obviously you can see it's organizing, but is it gonna be that fast that we will be seeing a destination?
I mean, the national the NHC they did go 70% in 48 hours for a reason. So
Well, yes, maybe that's
apart
gonna
from that,
happen.
it has definitely organized nicely. It's certainly much better compared to 24 hours back. Regardless, that's beside the point. Right now, in we also have two systems in the Eastern Pacific, an area of interest which has a high chance, and 94E, Invest 94E, which is a low chance. But that's beside the point. Getting back to
Eastern
Muifa, do we have any
Pacific.
questions? Any questions on Muifa or related to systems?
Not yet, as far as I've seen. So the two areas of interest in the Eastern Pacific are looking quite decent. Are indeed organizing themselves. You see one in the middle and one on the coastal areas. Both of them have at least 30% chance of formation. We might be seeing more activities in the Eastern Pacific very soon indeed, yeah. This continues to be Force 13 Live, the landfall coverage for Typhoon Muifa. If you just joined us, as we head into this third hour of coverage, Muifa has made landfall over China 2 hours ago in the city of... I still forgot the name. Zhoushan, yes, Zhoushan City in Zhejiang province. The landfall in Shanghai is expected to occur within the next 1 to 2 hours at this time. Shanghai has received the highest tiered warning, the red Typhoon Alert for the Chinese Meteorological Agency, which translates to Beaufort force winds of force 12, which is hurricane force. Is expected within 6 hours from now, which obviously is the case as Muifa continues to inch closer into Shanghai. Orange typhoon warnings have also been extended towards the Shandong and Shandong provinces, and also the areas north in Shanghai. Muifa has winds of 90 miles per hour, with a central pressure of 968 millibars. That is also the landfall intensity 2 hours ago. Continue to send us questions the usual way in YouTube chat. You can type Force 13 on text with your questions. Then we may, if we can, to answer your questions. So have you got anything new for us right now?
I'm keeping an eye out, and for whatever reason, radar doesn't like me for whatever reason, doesn't like loading. Oh, there it is. It's just loaded. I'll post the image.
How about Kenneth?
You mean new data? Let me see.
Do you have
I
any
found
something new to
I
say?
got it.
I didn't see update yet. CMA has downgraded to Typhoon 40 meters per second, 965 hectopascals.
Expected, yeah.
And not much change about the observation.
Okay, so I got new radar.
Yes.
If you will take a look at the output channel,
Output.
live output.
So the northwestern eye will remain robust. The southeastern eye will remain busted. The western banding still bring the punch of rainfall. Inland right now, not much change on that. And the observation ride, still hurricane force winds up to 40 to 50 millimeters per second. Gas 50 meters, 45 to 50 meters per second right now. Sustained with 30 hurricanes force plus up to 40 something meters per second sustained. And from the surface observation, still hurricane force conditions still covering the entire Zhoushan region, and it's approaching Shanghai right now.
All right. So, do we have any other questions? Remember at Force 13 questions and so on. Right. I'll continue looking at a news updates and everything. Give me a second while I go over current news.
So, if you've just joined us, this is Force 13 Live covering the landfall of Typhoon Muifa. Currently it is 10:40 p.m. in China. Muifa is expected to make landfall over Shanghai in the next 1 to 2 hours. With now currently wind speeds of 90 miles per hour and the threshold pressure of 968 millibars as per Force 13's latest analysis.
All right. So, do we have any new questions since in the chat?
Just one. Is
Okay,
Hone ever going to form?
Okay, I'll reply to that. Is Hone going to form? I don't know. Maybe not this year. Then when the next time when El Nino comes around, then ask me the question again. I'll definitely tell you the answer by then. All right. Any other questions?
Not in the YouTube chat, and that's why I have the live chat up, so I'm just seeing the questions as they come up.
Sure. Keep it up. Discussions. The main chat. Okay, give me a second. Ah, I see. Okay, so if I were to direct your attention in a bit of a news coming in, apparently we have 07L in the Atlantic.
What? 7?
Yes, 07L. It's now on the FNMOC chart.
Hello? Yeah, NHC will initiate advisories on Tropical Depression 7 located on east of Leeward Island. Bruh.
One more thing. This is I keep this in mind. I don't. People were telling me that people went very. What do we say?
Let's back to Muifa, okay? We hate direct. We the director and not the hate the Atlantic. Good.
I mean, I was saying that it was close to tropical depression status. I did say that in the stream. Nobody believed me. I mean, there was a low-level circulation. Okay, do remember not to spam in the chat. Just a quick reminder. Moderators, if you would enforce enforce that, please. Thank you. Anyways, so that's as a as a fellow moderator, as a fellow moderator to Discord server, I shudder to think of what's going on in Atlantic chat right now. And thankfully being live allows me to stay away from that duty.
A super in the chat, do not spam.
We actually haven't joined our Discord server.
Oh yeah, nice segue. If you, I believe the chat, the link is pinned by Nightbot for joining the Discord. Okay, I believe Nightbot has pinned the link to the Discord server. Discord, let me see if I can find it. It hasn't. That's weird. Okay, so that being said, are there any other questions on Muifa and any of the other Western Pacific systems? We will take 07L questions as well. Don't worry.
I just realized I muted myself in OBS. Wonderful.
Oh, wait, what?
Just wonderful. Oh, wow. So
Okay,
let me see
so
what it
our moderator has put up the link. As you can see, discord.gg/force13 over there.
You can join our community in the Force 13 public chat. You can see shenanigans in the Atlantic chat right now as many of our moderators are joining in Atlantic to see what the hell is going on right now.
Yes, the letter
That
T
didn't
is
go
not a
well
code
indeed,
name.
right? That didn't go well. Why did it happen? How?
As for what is our forecast for 7L, I don't even have a forecast. The
You don't
last I
even
checked,
have a
the model
forecast yet. What do you mean?
last I checked, models for 07L had it just going over the Leeward Islands and over Port and either being south of Puerto Rico or on Puerto Rico. So
Which is
it's
it?
definitely a threat to land. So I will give it that.
Not gonna lie. I don't think like further intensification is possible.
It's decent. I don't really see much in terms of intensification. It remains to be seen. I haven't fully looked into the environment for 07L.
Anyway,
Reminder again. Second reminder, please don't spam in the chat. Uh,
so it is now 13 minutes till 11 p.m. Local time. Muifa is now
and
halfway through the islands of the Shanghai coastline and Ningbo, and it is expected to make landfall in
okay, as if it wasn't okay, Walter. I think you're going to have a heart attack after hearing this, but there's a special TWO for the Eastern Pacific as well now.
Serious?
If you want to have, I am serious.
Let's see. Huh. 70%.
And
Did things happen? Because I didn't see anything happen. What? What happened?
I have no idea, to be honest.
Special tropical weather outlook issue to update the discussion of the low pressure area southwest of southwestern Mexico. They didn't do anything. I think they just, changed some wordings, I guess.
We can have a look at satellite imagery for the Eastern Pacific then.
Oh, right, sure. Let me get those out here, I guess.
It's just because the convection pattern is sustaining much better and longer than expected, and that's why they upgrade to 7070. As well as some sort of model shift.
7070.
I see. Yeah, they completely switched the area of interests. The one that was high is now down to medium chance, and the one that was low is now up to high chance.
Yeah. The one previously 2080 is down now to 3060.
As for the Eastern Pacific, the invest are being quite decent. The invest in the middle have a 70% chance of formation within the next 48 and 5-day period. Some convection burst is still present in the center. As for the second invest is still organizing, a 30-60% chance is expected. Nothing else are quite clear in the Pacific. The Central Pacific is still quiet, obviously for obvious reasons.
So, with that brief spell of madness out of the way, do we have any questions?
No questions I'm seeing on the YouTube chat. Although everyone's gonna probably shoot me, but I want Merbach to go extra tropical and shift a little more south so that the moisture kind of hits me.
Why is that so?
I will issue a strike to you for that. Enjoy your strike.
I'm sorry, but I want the moisture because we're dealing with a nasty forest fire.
Oh.
Are you in California?
No, I'm in northern Canada. We've got a 28,000 hectare fire about an hour away. Been dealing with smoke for the past 2 weeks.
You can still give us questions in the usual way in the YouTube chat. Type force 13 in text, and with your questions, we will probably answer a question if that's possible. We do have a new one, but Oh, it got retracted. Sure. Anyways, if you've just joined us, the Western Pacific has 3 tropical systems. Muifa, which is making landfall and used to be the main topic. We also have Nemadol and Merbok. Merbok in the subtropics, Nemadol expected to become another highlight for the Western Pacific. The National Hurricane Center will be issuing advisories for Tropical Depression 7, you hear that correctly, Tropical Depression 7 in 7 minutes time. For the Eastern Pacific, there are 2 invest active as well. Rounds of the worldwide tropics in briefly. Right now, the main
someone
focus.
just asked, what do you predict for named storms? Now that depends on which basin.
Which basin are you predicting then?
All the question is what do you predict for named storms?
Well, it depends on which basin you're talking about.
That's what I was referring. Atlantic.
So the question of whether Nanmadol will become a typhoon, the JTWC expects it. So it is very likely it will become typhoon.
Forecast is expected for Namato to become a typhoon in 2 days' time. No, sorry, 1 day time in 24 hours. As per the latest Joint Typhoon Warning Center code, it is expected for Namato to reach typhoon status probably the same time tomorrow. And it may have a peak. Their peak actually increased for 5 knots. The peak for the GWC for Namato is now 120 miles per hour, which translates to a high-end category 3. So we may be seeing another Cat 4 if conditions continues to be favorable for Namato. As per Muifa, the cone still hasn't changed that much. The landfall in Zhoushan, the Joint Typhoon Warning Center's estimates are with our estimates at 90 miles per hour for landfall intensity. Then it will shoot north-northwest towards passing directly above Shanghai and paralleling the coastal northeastern China, and then it will be absorbed by the jet stream and may become a remnant low probably around on 2-day weekend towards Monday next week. And then it will be absorbed by the jet stream and may affect the Russian border and the country of North Korea. So we're heading for another top of the hour. Now we're heading for 3 p.m. UTC time. That is 11 p.m. local China Standard Time. To reiterate the warnings in effect for China, the red Typhoon Alert, the highest tier for China, is now in effect for Shanghai and also for the city of Ningbo, the city of Shanghai as well. And the orange Typhoon Alert is in effect for the Zhejiang province and the province above him, which I believe it is the Jiangsu province, which is above the city of Shanghai. Obviously, Shanghai is a very big metropolis with around 68 million people living in the metropolis area. Therefore, many people will be affected by the storm, and like Infa last year, it will be quite the damages dealt within the eastern coastal areas in China. You continue to send us questions for 39 in text in the YouTube chat. Let's see if we got some questions.
Someone says there's a cyclone structure over India. How is that possible?
You mean directly over India? In the land areas? Well, because of the monsoon activities over India, sometimes in July, August, and maybe September, there are some cyclonic developments in the land areas because of the monsoon activities that it is going on there. But most of the time, it will just be a little spinny cloud and it will disappear eventually. However, the North Indian Ocean, the second peak for the North Indian Ocean cyclone season is expected to reach by October, so we may be seeing 1 to 2 more storms for that area. Some are stating that for Namado, it will not go into the Philippine area of responsibility. As per the JTWC, yes it is. At the time being, it's gonna slip through a very short margin. But I do think a naming is it's possible, but not very likely at this period.
And the other person rephrased their question. How much more storms in the Atlantic do we predict? He's suggesting 5 to 8 more storms.
I don't know the official, no, the unofficial that the Force 13 community will be making. However, what I personally think is that we may have 5 to 6 more storms in. Well, if you count Tropical Depression 7, which is just formed by the National Hurricane Center, I believe there are 5 to 6 more storms still along the way. We still have October, of course. If activity resumes on October, then we may be seeing like 5 to 6 more storms. We may be reaching, I in the name, some sort. You're now seeing the infrared imagery for Muifa. As we've just been discussed earlier, the stream, after it made landfall, the land interactions from the west of the system is really degrading the appearance of this storm. You can see that the northwestern quadrant is totally disappeared. There are some senses of reorganizing and reforming, but I don't think that's gonna be too much of an issue for Shanghai, as the storm is still very close and was moving still quite very fast, and landfall is expected for in an hour or so. So I believe I believe that it is set, the intensity has set. However, Typhoon force winds is expected to hit the city of Shanghai, which has a very huge population. Look into the shortwave infrared. Not many clear things to say, rather than the appearance at the northwestern quadrant is really degrading due to the land interactions by the system. Not much has changed. Regarding Namadol, there is now a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm by our estimates. Still is. It is expected to become a typhoon similar time tomorrow. And I believe that the forecast that the JTWC has given this a peak of 120 miles per hour. Therefore, the next spotlight of the tropics will probably be Namadol. It's now 11. Alright. The HC has just issued advisory for Tropical Depression 7 in the Atlantic. Let's see some of the... As we still gathering information on Muifa, we can probably take a look at some systems elsewhere in the tropics. TD7 has just been designated by the NHC. Not much to say, except that it will continue to move west. Not many things gonna happen. If you got anything new for us?
Nope, there's nothing in the live chat.
And if
yeah, so I found the automated stations, top 10 rainfall ranks, and a graph are showing on the screen.
yeah, I'm showing on the screen. Go ahead, explain it.
So the top 10 automated station, mostly the rainfall is concentrated over Ningbo, those purple areas. 下降雨 station is having 375.5 highest rainfall, touching 400. Yeah, and then 353.8 there, and then most here, number 1 and number 3, number 10, all over Ningbo's. That means Ningbo is pretty much generate over 300 millimeters rainfall, extensive area, and some areas in Jiaxing, which is which is a bit more inland than Ningbo, is also receiving pretty significant rainfall right now, like 300, 200, and then and then the near landfall areas like Zhoushan, also over 200 millimeters rainfall, and not to mention they have received the most intense winds from the Iowa of Muifa, over 140 kilometers per hour, higher gusts. Yeah. Yeah, so pretty much like that, the observation. Yeah, I typically see in landfalling tropical cyclone, and it's also pretty significant. Yeah.
Is it still the case that Muifa's gonna make landfall in midnight local time?
Over midnight, yes. Just see if it will just miss like a few kilometers, like these kind of things. But yeah, let me see latest I mean, num num num. Yeah, it is still moving northwest, and will skip through the tip of Shanghai. Yeah, it'll make landfall at the very edge tip of Shanghai, and then very gradually move inland as it moves more or less parallel to the coast. Yeah, pretty much the case of that. And if it continues to move very close, go through the coast to coast of that, there could be another landfall over Shandong, like later tomorrow again, like 24 hours later. Yeah, over Shandong, because it is moving incredibly close to the coast, where more abrupt change to the coastline shape means another landfall. As the direction of movement has been very steady from north to west, turning to north tomorrow and then curve northeast tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Yeah.
Cool. Can't find the radar. Ah, here it is. Radar is still showing quite a significant storm banding for Muifa. And it's still inching closer to the coastline of Shanghai as we speak. Just reached 3 p.m. UTC, 11 p.m. local time. If you've just joined us, this is Force 13 Live, covering the landfall of Typhoon Muifa. It has made landfall over the city of Soshan in 8:30 p.m. local time, which is around 2.5 hours ago. Is it? I can't calculate anymore. Wait, no, it's 3. No, wait, it's 2.5 hours ago. With Force 13 internal analysis, the landfall intensity of 90 miles per hour and the pressure of 968 millibars. Shanghai is expected to receive a landfall within probably the next 1 to 2 hours. Any questions? Let me take a look. Not many things happened, and still you can continue to. We missed the second landfall on Daishan Island, Kenneth.
Miss those islands. Well, if it's gonna be, it's just a very few kilometers. Yeah.
Right. Anything new, Kenneth? Not anything, right?
Not right now. Yeah, the data haven't updated for me yet. I'm still waiting. Although the infrared structure integrated quite considerably. New convection bursts at the western side, probably a frictional convergence. Yeah, the rising which forced that convection to blow up, and then the eastern side convection still there. Yeah, but those recent western side, northern side, western side convection blow up reflects a pretty significant northern and western eye wall will impact Shanghai soon. But the infrared tell you that the western side has a very strong rain band. Yeah, the western side is actually the strongest with the highest rainfall, as I said earlier. Yeah.
You can continue to send us questions with the usual way, force 13 on text in the on text in the YouTube chat. Regarding the imagery being outdated, it is usually like this. Tropical tidbits usually won't be like usually the satellite imagery will be outdated for like 15 to 20 minutes. Also, so yeah, it's not my problem. It constantly updates. It's just that the website doesn't let me to have more imageries. So it is the updated one. Don't worry, it will be constantly updated.
Oh. Okay, so do you have any other questions?
Oh. If anything to add?
All right. If we unless we don't have any more questions, let's review the topics, the state of the topics once more. As most of our folks know now, we have 07L in the Atlantic. I don't know why, but we do.
Yes.
There's nothing we can do about it. Storms don't wait for for people's schedules. So we have to be. It is kind of our job to help cover landfalling storms, be it midnight in the local areas or not. It's just plain bad timing. That's what it is. That the storm had to make landfall at midnight.
Many storms do make landfall at midnight my time, but it's not in the Western Pacific. Not when everyone is still waking up.
It's understandable. Stuff like this will happen. It's just the nature of tracking tropical storms.
We usually
much
had.
thanks for showing your
The
appreciation.
thing is, we usually have more people when basin wise when you know the life is at different locations, but it's just a matter of fact that this storm is. We had the responsibility of providing information for
I
the
think
people.
I'd like to think that we have done an adequate job in at least covering the storm. But that's beside the point. I'm looking out for latest news on Muifa. Okay, there should be some news now, hopefully.
So you got anything new for us?
Well, at the moment, the Shanghai Airport Group has announced in a social media statement that they will be adjusting all flights as in per the expected
Whoa.
typhoon impacts per the CMA's broadcast.
Got more people.
Yeah, we have 2 more people in. Welcome Daniel TV and Christian. Hello to you too.
Hello.
Hey Christian, good to see you.
Hey, good to hear from you as well.
I'm dying
So
right now.
considering we have
Yeah,
here, I would
nice
say,
to save us in this live stream. So, what are your thoughts?
Well, earlier on when when you guys were live, I managed to get a TCOS fix out. We are still code red on this system, although I'm not sure what the latest estimates are right now.
latest estimates we're looking at 70 to 75 knots per data.
Okay, that's 80 something mile an hour.
I have the Chinese radars. Let's go.
That would be wonderful.
All right. Once again, I will be sharing the Chinese radar link in the chat. I'll just post it again in case you missed
Is
it
it the
earlier.
NMC website?
Here, I posted in the live output.
Have you guys been answering chat questions as well lately?
There aren't any questions, Christian. The thing is,
There
like,
are.
the thing is this. There aren't any questions. Well, as far as I didn't notice.
The latest question was, do you think 7L is going to strengthen into a hurricane or a high-end tropical storm?
No.
Well,
That
obviously,
is
that's not really what we're here to talk about, but if we want to touch on it briefly, obviously 7L was just designated. It's not expected to become a hurricane as per the NHC, but it is expected to strengthen to a tropical storm. Actually, that reminds me.
Oh, please don't tell me it's heading into Jiangsu province.
This.
It is heading towards
Man,
Anyway,
Jiangsu always gets hit by tornadoes from hurricanes. It's just a theme.
Yeah, the very strongest eye walls.
Well, the geography of
is
the eastern
approaching
China
right
is
now.
like this.
Yeah, the worst
Man.
conditions is imminent.
Okay, I got there's another radar website. I don't know if you guys know about it.
Yeah, I know.
It's the NMC one. I'm using that one.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's better though, because the other one just wasn't loading for some reason.
Oh, apologies if you can hear that. I'm just going to briefly see what he's up to.
Who? The dog?
The dog, yes.
Alright.
all right.
Dude, this eye wall is thick.
So what is?
Wait, no, that's not the eye wall.
I've been looking. Okay. What makes this interesting is there's actually also a lack of news of useful news in English, but I'm pretty sure there's more local news coverage on Muifa at the moment. But considering I am not a native Chinese speaker, I can't help in that regard. I was hoping if some of the natives could help pitch in the local news reports. Muifa's peak during landfall, I believe we had it at 85 knots when it made landfall. Between 80 and 85 knots. That is between 90 and 100 miles per hour.
What's the other one that's gonna do the Japan thing? Or gonna like try and hit Japan?
That'll
What
be
one's that?
That would
Namandol.
be Nanmadol.
All right, thank you. I'm just gonna check it on the HWRF. Well, that doesn't look fun. But this is the other one, my bad. Forget what I said. This is about Muifa. That's how you say it, right?
Okay, so
What's up?
let's take a look at this. So obviously the latest on Muifa, how long ago did or has it, or how do I phrase this? It has made it made landfall, right?
It made 2 landfalls, one at 8:30 local time there on the island of what?
So okay, so this is its second landfall then.
It actually
12.
Yeah, it made
It's
landfall when we
huge.
third landfall coming up.
Muifa made its landfall in Zhejiang province, China at 8:30 p.m. local time, and then made a landfall on Daichen at 10 p.m.
All right, and what's the current local time there now? Just so I'm up to speed.
11:25 p.m.
Okay, so not too long ago then. And how far away from Shanghai is it?
Latest radar estimates. When it loads, I'll tell you.
All
Because
right.
the radar website is still a little slow on my end. Radar image had it pretty close to landfall.
All right. Because obviously Shanghai is the main concern, at least in on my end.
It is one of the largest cities in China, so I am not surprised.
Yeah. It's also the third largest in the entire world in terms of population, which, yeah.
Get such a high density of population, getting a typhoon landfall is pretty rare.
Because mostly islands that are affected, right? And they don't have the biggest populations, but
Yeah.
it's a bit different.
Typhoon force conditions over an entire city. So our mod has come in. She says that the center of the eye from Shanghai is 90 kilometers. 30 minutes more. I'd be less, honestly, considering how fast it's moving.
Sure.
One good sign, I don't see any like weird little beam storms on the outer bands of the hurricane, so the tornado threat's pretty low at the moment. If this storm is like one-sided, like if you look on the radar, like the bottom half is like pretty devoid of precipitation, and then you got the northern half, which is a lot more,
Yeah.
you know, like
Keep in mind that
around it.
radar has a completely different story.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll see if I
Yeah,
can
and,
load up.
and
What, then
which the
satellite?
presentation is also physically explainable using shear and terrain frictional convergence. Yeah.
Might be like a mountain in the way. That's why the backside of the hurricane, the south side, looks a bit weird. Northern side is very like it has very good presentation. Like that's a thick eye wall.
Yeah, pretty thick northern eye wall, extensive west spanning there. Yeah.
I've posted the latest radar image. Pretty close to land now. PI center.
Okay, let me have a look. Oh,
I
it's
do not
very
like that
close.
color
Yeah,
table, but
yeah, it's very close, that one. You right there? What happened?
Accidentally
someone
stubbed
fell
my
over.
toe. Don't worry about it.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
he's in crippling pain.
Oh dear. Yeah, so obviously that latest radar image that has been posted, yeah, that's getting very close to land again for what, the third time now?
Yep.
This would be our third landfall.
Hope the flooding threat isn't too bad. I'm gonna check that now.
The ECMWF had 92 between 75 to 105 millimeters per hour. I think for total accumulated precipitation.
Dang.
Mm.
Let me see how
Do we
bad that
have
is.
any questions? We'll probably take one more round of questions before landfall. At force 13, then space. Yes, then write your question in the chat.
Yes, absolutely. So we'll take another round of questions. So once again, tag us at force 13, and it will light up for us in a bright orange. And
Yes,
that
we can
helps
see
us
easier,
better
basically.
identify what questions you want answered.
Oh man. How much is 243 millimeters in inches?
Give me one moment. How much was it? Sorry, 200 and
43. Yep, that's what I'm getting at the accumulated total precip on the euro
so
right now.
that is
Actually, do
about
245.
245. That
Yep.
is just under 10 inches.
Bruh, that is not good. There's gonna be substantial
No,
flooding.
that is, yeah, that's quite. That's once again,
Pretty
that's
damn bad.
20. That's 25 centimeters.
I want to note that there's already automated station right now having 15 inches already. And possibly hitching
15?
a pretty typical value for typhoon landfall. Yeah.
Yeah, but if it's
Pretty,
how do
still
I
pretty
say
expensive
this?
though. Yeah.
It's bad. That's what I'm saying. Even though it's just your regular typhoon, it's these regular typhoons, don't underestimate them with the flooding threat. It gets pretty nasty.
Yeah. It is a floodplain with the storm surge, like 2 to 3 meters. It is indeed. It will be really significant for this surge impact.
Need to see how much Shanghai is gonna get.
The issue is that international news outlets rarely ever cover such storms. So I was hoping
Why?
if I don't know why they don't do that. That's why I was heavily banking for there to be more local media coverage. Only issue is local media coverage is always in Chinese, and I can't read Chinese.
Can you use the translate tool on Chrome, or is that not possible?
Sometimes it's the translate tool is let's just say inconsistent.
Bit garbage.
Yeah, for lack of a
Yes,
word.
Google Translate isn't exactly like the bee's knees of translation. So I get what you're saying. We're just looking at
Not
how
much.
much flooding this thing is gonna cause. I can say with a confidence, a lot. Although hopefully it doesn't. Someone said this was on a floodplain.
Third plane. Now, could somebody check if the Yellow River, where does the Yellow River exit again?
The Yellow River. I'll take a look.
Because the floodplains are likely to be on the delta of the Yellow River, if any.
The Yellow River exits Qinghai.
How far is Shanghai from the storm?
Qinghai is. Oh wait, it's like really deep into China. Like I don't think it
Yeah.
matters.
So yeah, I don't think we are in a floodplain.
Good, good, good.
All right. So I don't think we're going to get any more questions at the moment. So I'll just skip ahead and check and reload radar for landfall to see how close it is to landfall.
Dude, I wish the Chinese gave us access to their radars on radar scope. Because I've seen people put it in geotics. Like velocity
It is
data and
possible,
everything.
theoretically possible, but it's just very difficult to pull off.
Yeah,
And
because they like gatekeep the polling sources, the people who have it. So you can't really do anything.
it's kind of why we have our Chinese viewers in the server. I do know a couple of them have attempted to incorporate it to Nextrat and everything.
Yeah, what band of radars does China have?
I don't really recall. I would recommend asking Jiao
X-band,
in our
C-band, we'll have to
community.
figure it out.
I would recommend asking Jiao because I'm not really sure what's the exact radar band configuration they use there.
Why is the radar picking up a hail core in the eye wall? That's a bit interesting. It's probably not hail, just super heavy rain. But it's
Probably
pretty
just lightning action.
interesting. Yeah, maybe. Or an embedded storm. Like when I say embedded storm, I mean like a stronger storm.
So, if you are joining us now, this is we are live covering what is now the upcoming third landfall of Typhoon Muifa. It's approaching the main metropolitan city of Shanghai, and we are expecting pretty high rainfall values for the system. So it is a rainfall threat of the region.
And it's going to be quite windy.
Uh,
I don't think the wind damage threat is that bad, but there's definitely going to be some strong winds. So you don't want to be just standing outside, because then some like piece of something can hit you.
yeah, yeah. Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Okay, so continuing where it is. Is Kenneth still with us?
Kenneth, you there? My man, Kenneth. Hello? I don't think he is. He's just muted.
All right. Never mind. He'll probably be back later on. Until then, I will look into the radar.
Awesome.
Okay, so the latest image.
Oh my goodness. If you just look at the GFS on the West Pacific, it's so active. Sorry, the East Pacific.
It's definitely going to be active. All right, so very close to landfall now. If you look at the output, which I showed.
Yeah, let me take a look. Yeah, it's so close that I will.
It's very close. I expect another 15 minutes and we'll be through with the landfall.
So is it landfalling directly on Shanghai?
I believe so. Yeah, it's hitting the main metropolitan area.
So the eye is gonna go on it, but like it's not like a defined eye, but you know what I mean, right? Like the core of the hurricane.
Yeah.
But it's a typhoon, sorry.
Well, based on radar motion, I think the eye just might touch the coastline of Shanghai. Based on radar.
Interesting. Imagine what it's like for everyone down there. They must be. Well, they're kind of used to this, right?
Not exactly. It's been a while since the last time a storm landfall there.
Like directly on it. Interesting.
I think it was Damre back in 2012.
Oh wow, it's been a long time.
Yeah, it's 10 years.
Well, Bloomberg is reporting on this at least.
Oh, could you see if there's any new information on this on Bloomberg?
There's actually a lot of news articles now just reporting on this.
Just reporting but for whatever reason, my news feed is not reporting on it just yet. Most of them are 5-6 hours old.
I've got a lot of articles from 2 hours, 2 minutes, 26 minutes.
Could you read them out? See if you can find any relevant information.
All right. Powerful typhoon makes landfall with Shanghai in direct path. Let me read this article. China issued the highest level typhoon warning. You know that, right?
Yeah.
I am aware. That's why we have
red
red
Typhoon Alert. It's the highest tier for the.
All the flights have been cancelled.
Yeah.
Major container ports suspended. You probably know all of this. I don't know what there is not to know in this article.
Most of the news right now internationally is coming from a automated syndicate feed, which was from CMA back in like 12Z. So
wait, Wall Typhoon, what was that on your screen? You switched tabs.
It's the radar.
No, not the radar. There was something else.
Comb.
It looked. Yeah, this. Oh, cool. I'll check that out.
Nothing's really new right now. We've covered
I'm
it all.
currently checking.
It's going to the coastline. It's soon. The eye wall is now reaching the coastline right now.
Okay, so right now I would like to note that we do have a couple of chasers active in. We had a couple of chasers active back in Zhoushan when it made its first landfall. I will post one of the chasers. His name is Eric Wang.
Oh yeah, that guy's awesome.
Yeah, he was active. He encountered the northwestern eye wall, and he posted a video, which I sent to the live output.
Hey guys, did you know if you get the Rain Viewer app, you can look at single site mode on any radar. It's so cool. That's what I'm gonna do right now. Just getting it with my emulator.
All right. One more round of questions. Do you have any question? Do you have any questions on the typhoon or any activity worldwide? Message at force 13. Message at force 13, and then write your message right now. As for the please unban me in the chat, you can go.
I can't share my screen. Can someone fix that?
I can't help you.
As for the please unban me message in the live chat, I would suggest speaking with a moderator.
Daniel, try again.
Alright. Yay! There we go. Thank you. So I've got it on single site mode on Rainview. It's a very high resolution image.
Ooh.
That would be really nice. If you could get that working.
Right. Hello, sorry, I'm back.
Hey guys,
had to
can you
deal
see
with-
it?
Yeah, we see it. We see it.
We see it.
Let me change the color table. Give me a moment.
So the issue is, I don't think the chat can see it though. Yeah, the stream can't see it.
The stream see it. Oh.
Okay. Now the stream can see it.
Now the stream
Alright.
can't. Anyway.
Yeah, it's coming out on the stream.
Well, that looks cool. Yes, let's get the next red color table.
We're done. Just give me a signal.
Single site mode is active.
Cool.
I'm playing a loop.
That is really useful. We should have landfall very soon at this rate.
Yeah, look at the outer bands are going in Shanghai. I can see it.
All right. Is there a way to like outline the costs?
Sure. Give me a moment.
Yeah, just do that. That'll
There's
be
the
much
coast.
easier.
Right there. I can change the opacity of the radar.
Change it to like 50%.
Yeah, I'll do that right now.
Ah, much better.
And as for your question, whether it has hit Zhejiang province, yes, it has. It made landfall around 3 hours back.
The eye was hitting. No, as you can see in the radar, the eye was now reaching the coastline. We might be seeing landfall very soon.
All right. Okay. That's good. Okay. Maybe reduce it. Okay. That's good. All right. So it's very close. Positive the last frame. So pretty close. Pretty close. Approaching landfall now. I think we have. You could give an ETA of around 15 to 20 minutes. I'd say before it makes landfall. Do we have any questions? If you want, you can ask us questions based on at force 13, then space, write your question. As always, we are free to answer your questions.
I love this app so much because you can get single site all across the world.
It's useful. Definitely keep it around. I believe this is premium. This is in premium.
Yep. I
This is
bought it,
premium.
but oh, turn smoothing off. Yeah, that's important. Yeah, there we go.
I see
I'm
using
gonna
this
change the color table to the hurricane one. Give me a minute. What one looks good? Hmm. I'll use Weather Underground. Yeah, that looks good.
As for the person spamming, please unban me in the chat. I would suggest speaking with the moderator regarding this, because we really can't help you here on this aspect. You would have to speak with the moderator on this.
I can give you a mod's contact. I'll put it in the chat.
Please do give them a mod's contact in the chat.
Who's a mod? Christian, you're a mod, right?
Well,
Christian's not a mod.
I
Yeah,
am a
Christian's not a
YouTube
mod.
mod.
chat or YouTube chat or the public server.
Send them to the public server.
Yeah, who's a good mod that I know? Wait, Soham, you're a mod.
Don't look at me. I'm busy here and live.
Oh yeah, true.
True.
Walter.
I would suggest ping the head mod Adler maybe.
You can find
Maybe he has
Adler.
some spare time.
You can find Adler, or maybe other
There you go. I put it in
moderators.
chat.
We had a lot of moderators.
Put it in chat. You friend that guy. Wait for him to accept your friend request, and then talk to him about getting unbanned.
Right. Oh, I think we can see the dog. I think we can see the dog on the stream.
Oh,
I'm not the
Yeah,
one
I don't know
streaming.
what's going on.
I'm not the one streaming.
I am the one streaming.
Give poor Walter a moment. His nerves are pretty frayed.
Walter.
Give the poor guy a moment.
Put the dog away, Walter.
I put the dog away now. For God's sake. For God's sake.
Okay, I don't like Weather Underground. I'm kidding. It's good.
That's mean.
I love Weather Underground. I love it. I love it. I love it.
See if
All
there's
right.
any
Oh,
official
shall I put
rule.
it? Shall I put it on the playback? Because it looks awesome when it plays back.
What? Hold on.
The animation of it.
Do it again. Pretty cool.
Let me see how bad it looks. No, composite's good as well. I'll use composite.
Oops.
Nah, the resolution poops itself. I'll use normal then, single site. It's basically made landfall, the eye wall. We have to wait for the center of the eye to go over,
Yeah,
right?
the eye wall's over land right now, but obviously we don't call landfall until the center of the
To the
eye
center,
is further land.
exactly.
Yep. So currently,
Well, we can.
I don't know how to say these names, but
We
yeah,
can say
they're getting
that.
hit.
We can say that.
Go-
Landfall is
just
commencing.
copy the latest radar. Good. Okay. Zoom in on the eye. Okay. So go to the center. Go to the center.
Yep. Give me a minute. There we go.
So I think yeah, it's very close now. I think that's barely off. I think that's not very far now.
We might be seeing
I'm gonna up the
landfall at the top of the
transparency.
hour.
Okay, maybe down the transparency to like 30-40% then if need be.
Yeah. Down the transparency,
Okay.
dude. Down to like 30%, I think. Yeah.
It's opacity, you increased it. You increased the opposite thing.
Never mind. So what happened? What happened, Daniel?
Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry, my mouse broke.
That's unfortunate.
Oh shoot, I got rid of the little thing at the bottom. Awesome. So now you have a
Amazing.
beautiful full screen view of the hurricane, typhoon.
Landfall has commenced. It's now we're just
Well, it's
waiting.
in the process of it.
Yeah, the process of landfall has begun.
Commencing, I mean commencing, not commenced.
Also, those saying Fiona is equal to Laura, I don't see the comparisons. I really don't see the comparison between 07L and Laura. Apart from like maybe having a similar starting point.
Oh, that's the future view. Let me stop that. There you go. Oh yeah, if I use the forecast view, I can actually show you when it's gonna make landfall.
Well, this is an estimated time though, so this is obviously a forecast.
Yeah, it's not like completely right, but about like.
I mean,
you
that's
can
not
see.
exactly That's not exactly the center of the
Yeah,
eye right there,
garbage.
though, is
So
it?
let me fix that. There you go. This is actually more high res than single site, the composite mode. So I'm just gonna use composite.
You know, Shanghai
Are you
currently
using
undergoing
fast
very
just
heavy rain
fast?
by the looks of that.
Actually, I'll use single site because you can't get the fast playback.
I see. I'm currently keeping an eye. Okay. There's anything.
What? I just every cryptocurrency is dying according to my home bar. My Windows.
So do we have our latest radar imagery? How I think we are now like 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes
Oh,
away
I
from
can get
landfall.
satellite. Give me a moment.
That'll be awesome.
Radar and satellite. Let's go. Oh man. Does it go
What
this
happened?
far? No. There's a gap. See?
Oh, well that's unfortunate.
The gap.
You can just give us
Yeah.
radar. You can just give us radar. That's all right. Radar's fine.
Oh dear, that's unfortunate.
Okay.
Latest scan just came in.
Oh, what? How far is it now?
Very close.
What is that?
I don't know. That's the landfall jingle. Oh, look, the other radar. Which radar do you want to use? This one or the other one? This one seems better, to be honest. Okay, I'm gonna up the opacity by like just a bit. There we go. You can still see the shoreline.
Anyway.
me do one thing actually. Let me get rid of this gray.
So, it's finally
If
happening.
we,
The landfall for for Muifa, the third landfall now for Muifa in Shanghai.
so what do we have now for our latest coverage?
Certainly, the landfall coverage will be ending once it goes landfall. However, the effects are still being felt around the eastern seaboard of China, specifically
Okay, so apparently Muifa slowed down apparently, and the eye is actually a little further out than we thought.
serious.
Yeah, that's what Kenneth found out.
Aye.
Would you like to take a break? We have been streaming for like 3 hours now.
Well, it's going landfall pretty soon. I can manage.
According to Kenneth, we are still about an hour out. So if you
Yeah.
want to take a break now, would be a good time.
1.5. So yeah, still a very good time. Like
Now past the top of the hour, midnight local time in China. It is now September 15th, 12 a.m. in the midnight for the city of Shanghai, 4 p.m. in the UTC. We're now still tracking Typhoon Muifa as it now commencing landfall now in the Shanghai coastline. It still now has winds of 90 miles per hour with a pressure of 968 millibars. Moving due north. Apart from Muifa, several tropical systems are active in the tropics as well, including in the Western Pacific, Namadol and Merbok. Merbok in the subtropics and Namadol will be probably the next spotlight of the Western Pacific. Apart from the Pacifics, we also have Tropical Depression 07L, which if I say this, many people are going to be scolding at me, but we still have to acknowledge that there is a tropical system in the Atlantic. In the East Pac, 2 and Fast are active as well. Both of them had a moderate chance of development within the next 5 days.
I do have a sneaking suspicion that this is not going to be our last stream for a while because of Nanmadol.
Yeah, especially right now, Namadol
If you were to look at
is
Nanmadol right now, it's definitely intensifying. It looks serious.
yeah, and like I said, it's code orange on our T-codes right now, and as it intensifies, that value could go up.
It
We could be
likely
seeing
will go up.
another code we could be seeing another code red situation shortly as well.
So lots of Westpac activity. The Westpac party unfortunately has only just started. If models are if climatology models are anything to go by.
Welcome to mid-September in the West Pacific.
Indeed. So, once more, I ask if you have any questions, send your handle at Force13 and type a question in the chat. We'll answer them, any and all that come. If there are any. All right. While we wait for the questions, let's hear from each and every individual team about their thoughts on the topics and activity right now. Daniel,
Yo, what's up?
what are your thoughts on the current activity right now across the world?
Well, the Atlantic is
Well,
dead.
no, it's not. No, it's not. We've got 7L, which was designated about an hour ago. Which they expect to intensify to a tropical storm strength. They do not expect it to intensify to hurricane strength as of this current moment in time. But who knows? Because again, it's peak season, and anything can happen really. But I'm not saying anything as of now.
Right. It's gonna immediately die though, right? As soon as it hits the island. What island is it? Puerto Rico?
Hispaniola, and yeah, and well,
Hispaniola.
it's gonna weaken it, but again, that's approaching 5 days out.
I could do something funny.
So it could do anything
Maybe
really.
something as funny as
And as far as my
something as
calculations
funny
are,
as having the central location.
and yeah, as far as my calculations are, as of the way the 7L stands, it's currently around 36 hours to landfall. But that's by my calculations. So take that figure with a pinch of salt.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't even. Whoa! I didn't realize it was 5 days out.
We have a question from the viewers. Are there any tornado-related reports from Typhoon Muifa?
Not yet, at least I don't think. I'd be hard pressed to see a tornado related report because I don't see any like supercells in the outer bands of the storm. It's just all rain. So unless we get
showing TD7, not
new update,
much,
new update.
not much
Radar.
else to say, to be honest. But gradual strengthening will be seen throughout the rest of the week. Anything to your radar?
Well, it updated.
Closer.
So how long would you say do you have to landfall right now for Muifa?
Let's figure it out. So when the core goes over it, right? I would say about an hour. Because it slowed down a lot. It was moving a lot quicker. Actually, maybe less than an hour. Maybe like, yeah, a bit less than an hour, I would say, according to this estimated forecasting.
45 minutes would probably be a good mid range.
Very quiet here.
Kenneth around?
Yes. What can I help you?
Did you say that it's gonna be an hour until landfall?
Yeah, pretty much so.
How do you get the result?
So pretty much this eye size is like 30 to 40 kilometers, and with the eye wall now reaching the landmass, the closest landmass here, that's how I predict roughly. I mean, yeah. I mean, we're waiting for landfall right now. Well, Shanghai is definitely having a long night, having the worst conditions, bashing it right now.
Indeed. Yes. Alright. It is 9 past midnight over in Shanghai. This is Force 13 Live, still covering the landfall of Typhoon Muifa. We're still anticipating for the third landfall, and may possibly be the final one, in Shanghai. Not much else has changed for the past 2 to 3 hours. Red Typhoon alert in effect for obviously in Shanghai and for the coastal regions of Zhejiang and Jiangsu province. Also, the storm is now having a wind speed of 19 miles per hour, which is 80 knots, and a central pressure of 968 millibars. Nothing else has really changed. Anyone would like to add something as we wait for landfall?
Yes. So, whilst we're here, then I better go through from what we here at 413 define as a landfall. So typically people count landfall as when the edge of the eye starts coming into land. We don't do that. We count it from when the center of the eye makes contact with land. So our estimates could differ from the officials, but that's the way we run things over here. And as it stands right now, Shanghai appear to be impacted by very heavy rain. I'll see if I can pull something up on my end. Okay, nothing here that I can find, I'm afraid. Well, apart from news that all passenger flights at Shanghai's 2 international airports have all been cancelled. Unfortunately, nothing I can find on my end, I'm afraid. I'm seeing from my search results, obviously videos that are months old, and Tokyo for some odd reason. So I'm afraid I can't do anything on my end. I was hoping to pull up a webcam in Shanghai. Unfortunately, I can't seem to find anything.
I don't think
now.
there is a webcam in the Shanghai region, as far as we can
That's a shame.
find.
That's a shame because it would be really helpful right about now.
Whilst we continue to wait for landfall, let's talk about the impacts that Shanghai may felt. Most obviously, the winds. Hurricane force winds are expected to blast the regions in Shanghai. Also, rainfall is another main threat towards the coastal regions. Around, I believe it was 200 millimeters of rain will be poured over the region. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, around the number. 200 millimeters sounds not that much, but this is really quite a lot, considering that Shanghai is it's not a it's a flat.
250.
Shanghai is really a flat surface of metropolis area. To be honest, flooding is probably expected along the coastal regions. If not, heavy rainfall will still be impacted throughout the city and the Zhejiang and Jiangsu province, as the storm continues to move northwest, paralleling the coastal eastern seaboard of China.
Mm.
Landfall should be imminent as this storm continues to head northwest. Daniel, any updates on your radar? Daniel? Okay, we lost him. Anyway.
So yeah, once
Hello?
again, we. Hello.
Sorry, my mouse broke.
Again?
That's a shame. Do we have any updates on radar?
You can see for yourself. I don't think so yet.
Right.
Not much to say really, considering that we don't have any local data or on the ground videos like we used to have in other areas. Like when we're covering here in Namdo, we can see the videos on the ground in Jeju and southern South Korea. We can't do that in here, considering that China is it's, to be fair, quite a information sparse place. Scarce place, yes. So we don't have much things to give you, considering that that's all we can give you, like the radar data, the official analysis or radar data and such. There isn't anything we can give you.
Okay.
Shouldn't you got anything you wanna ask about? You wanna talk about?
Me. Right now, not really a whole lot. on my end. That I'm seeing. Like I said, I tried searching for webcam footage, but obviously information is very sparse.
Yes.
In this part of the world, which is a shame, really, but not really much we can do about it. So yeah. Once again, we're just awaiting landfall. Landfall number 3, I should say. On the city of, or near the city of Shanghai,
Shit.
which is shut up, which is apparently just under an hour's time away.
This is our 4th hour of coverage of this typhoon. To be honest, most of us are quite exhausted, but we're still trying to give us what we can give you, considering that not much is going to be provided for us to give you. That's the problem. Anyways. Any other people who would like to talk about Muifa or other storms? I guess no. If you just joined us, uh, you're not having problems with your mic. We are that silent. Typhoon. We're actually waiting for Muifa to make landfall. Then we'll call it a day. Right now, if you've just joined us, Typhoon Muifa has made 2 landfalls in the coastal Zhejiang area, namely the city of. Still forgot the name of this city. Let's see. The city of Shoshan in Zhejiang. The city of Zhejiang, yes, Shoshan. And the island north of it has experienced 2 separate landfalls. The third landfall and possibly the final one will be at Shanghai, the metropolis area. Currently, we're still waiting for the total landfall to occur. After that, we'll probably call it a day. And we may have a live tropical weather bulletin on 12 a.m. UTC tomorrow. And then the personnel over there will continue to give you more coverage on this storm and other storms in other areas. Right now, Muifa has winds of 19 miles per hour with a central pressure of 968 millibars. There is also the landfall intensity, force 13 has fixed. However, if you haven't known by now, the official agency in China, the Chinese Meteorological Administration, did say that Muifa has made landfall as a 100 miles per hour Category 2 storm with winds of 960, with pressure of 960 millibars. So a little bit deeper than us. However, they are still the official agency, so we're still following them. That's for sure. Elsewhere in the Western Pacific, we have Tropical Storm Yamato. Currently 65-mile-per-hour system. And as you can see in the latest frames, it has a very good bending to it. I believe intensification is expected to happen within the next 12 to 24 hours. As for the Atlantic, we had Tropical Depression 7, which has just been designated by the NXC around an hour and a half ago. And you can see that the bending are still organizing themselves pretty fine. Not much right now, considering that actually most of us are quite exhausted right now. We're now still anticipating for a landfall. Landfall is probably going to occur within the next 30 minutes or so. You got things? Oh, we're now joined by Adafira. Hello?
Hello, I'm not sure if I can stay for long. I do have COVID. I'm sick.
Oh. Well, then you shouldn't join us then. You should take a rest.
I mean, I did tell Adafera that screen share would be helpful as well. So you don't have to speak, but again, obviously, since you're not very well, how do I put this without sounding really bad? Sure, if you can find a source to screen share, it's just that China's a bit of a information sparse region. Anything if necessary. I mean, I tried finding webcams earlier, but they're not available. If there are any to begin with. Anything as of now, which is waiting for landfall, which Walter said should be within the next at least half hour. Like, if you can find radar or anything, then that's perfect. Then,
Anyone else would like to speak of their minds?
Just want to just to derail the topic a bit, but answering a question in chat. Is there an AOI in the Atlantic besides 7L? No, there isn't. There was, but obviously that has since disappeared.
Yeah, and
So
of
I'm
course
afraid
Daniel is finally
7L
dead.
is the only thing.
Of course Daniel is finally dead.
And yeah, and yes, Danielle and Earl are down and out.
Finally die.
And the next name on the list, I believe, is Fiona, which is what they expect 7L to become, but as of now, it hasn't happened yet.
We're now joined by
And
Ethan.
I believe we're also joined by Ethan.
Hello.
Hello. What do you think of this storm?
Muifa?
Yeah. Well, actually,
Yeah, Muifa.
you can talk about the whole of tropics. We didn't have much to talk about here.
Well,
And one moment.
Muifa looks very horrible.
Yes, it is. Land interactions and stuff.
It's probably weakening, and if I had to guess, it's probably down to around 80 miles per hour now. But continuing to weaken as it pushes northwestward. Has this passed by Shanghai yet?
No, it's about half hour out from Shanghai right now.
You know, we're still on there just to wait for it to make landfall. Then we're off. And then
But
probably
just looking at Google Maps right now, the center is actually passing east of Shanghai.
Well,
And
there
this
may be a
storm
little bit of tilting. You can use radar instead, maybe.
I don't know Chinese radar, but
There's an image and output channel.
but it does appear that as far as like the really gusty winds part of Muifa, like the strongest core is probably gonna stay east of downtown Shanghai proper, which is some really good news. So maybe the eastern side of the city that's closest to the East China Sea could get some impacts, but as far as like a big typhoon threat to Shanghai, it's actually pretty low, I think.
Right now, those those frictional convergences, you can see those very red. I see a very red line at the northern arrow right now over Shanghai. That's for some very significant downpour and gusty winds. Likely inside there is like a missile vortex there. And the western side still very extensive banding rainfall over there. That's already reporting 16 inches in the entire day.
I think we have some breaking news.
What?
Yeah? What's up?
The eye of Muifa, or what's left of it, is now directly over Nanhui New City, just to the southeast of Shanghai proper.
Okay, but is that the edge of the eye or the center of the eye?
It is like
the center of the eye.
Well, let me take a look.
I'm still seeing the center over water here.
It's over Shanghai, definitely.
Yeah, I'm seeing
there's wind
over
shift,
water.
that's the landfall.
Okay, if we could get confirmation of the eye being over land.
No.
As of now, as of now, obviously we haven't really seen concrete evidence. And that's what Ken first posted. If I'm reading that correctly.
Okay.
Still, how long do you expect landfall to be in?
Let me see. It right now is
Are you talking about Shanghai proper, Christian?
I'm just talking about the coastal region, really. As long
Honestly,
as the center of the eye is over land.
It's not over land right now. Looking at satellite imagery, the eye is going that center of the storm does appear that it might make like a 5-minute pass to an island just northeast of downtown Shanghai, Chongming Island, I think is how you pronounce it. And then that little peninsula to the north of it, it might make like a skip over that areas on like the very eastern side, but as far as landfall goes, that's probably about it for this storm near Shanghai. Of course, it's going to continue to move north, and it might make another landfall on another peninsula farther north. But it'll be weak by then.
I'm far aware that the center in infrared pseudo visible is the clouds that you see the deep convection dropping around the center, all right, center that is considerably east than what the surface data indicates. I'm aware. Yeah, the surface data is agreeing with radar instead, persistently in the past few hours. So there's definitely
we can't see
right.
radar data, so.
There is a photo. There's a loop which is publicly accessible, and there's a here, and there's where CMA make the position here, which is over the bay, which is inside the bay, and continue moving northwest quickly. And yeah, CMA fixed it is around 20 kilometers from land. which at the 0000 advisory. So landfall probably occurring soon. I'm currently asking somebody for some server status, so stay tuned about that.
So do we have any questions on the stream by chance, Walter?
I believe no.
I can check for you, but as of the moment, no.
So obviously, I know that news has probably been repeated, but if you did hear the news at this past hour, Tropical Depression 7 has developed in the North Atlantic, and surprisingly, there are no watches and warnings in effect for the Leeward Islands right now. I would have thought that there would have been upon the initial advisory issuance, given that the storm is 2.5
least-
days away from moving over those islands, and probably impacts are less than 2 days away.
Yeah, as far as my calculations went, it's about 36 hours out from Leeward Islands.
Maybe
Although,
from
like I
the
said,
initial impact starting, yeah, but like as far as like the core goes, no, it's gonna be longer than that.
Yeah, you never know.
I should also mention that the National Hurricane Center also issued a special tropical weather outlook in the Eastern Pacific.
Yeah, we
for a
went through that already.
okay.
It's just a little
It
bit.
does appear that system will also probably become our next system tonight, probably. Or at least by tonight. And then it's just gonna kind of just stall there, and something out of that mess in the East Pac is gonna move westward and probably become a hurricane. But to what extent, I can't really say.
Mhm.
Have you gone over the new advisory information on Nanmadol?
Wait, we had one. We had a new one.
Yes. JCWC are I don't know if they're down or up, but they're forecasting a peak of 120 miles per hour now, and a landfall in Japan of around 90 miles per hour now.
Great.
And for some reason, they forecast this to be a 80-mile-per-hour typhoon by this time tomorrow morning.
That's just typical.
I don't believe that one bit, to be honest, but that's just me. But of course, that system is it does pose a very significant risk to Japan there. And have you ran Ticos yet, Christian?
Well, I ran it from Muifa when we started the live stream. Still code red, as far as my calculations went. I'm in the process of trying to get all the relevant information for everything. Yeah, so hang on, let me see. Let me post what I've got so far in.
Well, I was just wondering what you had for Nanmadol.
Namadol, right now, I believe it's obviously because demand's gone down. Hang on, let me get the most up-to-date figure, and then I'll be right with you.
Okay.
Okay. So what's that? Yeah, that doesn't exactly make a huge impact to the scoring right about now. But obviously I've not updated most of the figures from last night's Tico's fix on Namadol at least, so let me try and at least get some relevant information.
So does anyone else on our team have any thoughts right now?
We've now just finished our 4th hour of coverage on this
So
landfall.
breaking news.
Yes.
There's a latest update from China Meteorological Administration issued at 0031. The 12th typhoon this year, Muifa Center, has made landfall over Fengshan coastal area in Shanghai at 0:30 a.m.
Is he serious?
The CMA declared landfall. They have determined the landfall intensity as for 1235 meters per second, which is around 125 kilometers per hour, with central pressure 975 hectopascals.
Okay, and that's landfall number 3. You heard it from Kenneth. So I believe
Kenneth?
should, although again, is that the center of the eye?
Yeah, it is the
passing
center
over.
of the eye, yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
so yeah, I'd be happy with declaring landfall at
Can
what was
you-
it, 0:31
you-
local time?
Can you let me see the
0:30.
Can you let me take a look on the
I'll throw the raw data. You can understand that.
Yeah, I need to take a look.
Okay, I'll need to.
Sake. Right, no.
No.
Take a look. Where's Fengshan?
What?
You had a can you give me a Google map? That's possible. Can you give me a Google map?
I think you just type the area on the Google Map. Yeah. Here.
But actually, the radar seems to confirm.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Take it.
Let's take a look.
Ah, did they have 975 as their measurement?
Yeah, I'm looking at the observation. They seem pretty high in line with Ecmwf and Gfs, which suggests a quite significant filling between the landfall over Zhoushan and Shanghai. So, which seems the models predicted accurately of this rapid filling trend over the last few hours. So yeah, so the models have it correctly. I'm checking the exact data. So wait a minute. So there is a station that at 9:75, a half an hour earlier, within the eye area, not exactly the center. Yeah. So yeah, 9:75 ish. Yes. seemingly accurate. And with winds staying at around 80 miles per hour should be okay.
And if you think it's a landfall?
Yeah, it is indeed a landfall.
Right, stand by for breaking news. Typhoon, wait. Sake. The Typhoon Muifa has made landfall over. Wait, what was that called? Fengshan in
Yes.
Shanghai. What was our landfall estimate?
I'm determined right now. Give me a moment.
Sure.
So while our team is determining what intensity estimate this landfall actually was, if you do have any comments or questions, you can send those down to the comment section down below. I would like to hear more thoughts from any of our team members, like maybe Marley or maybe Daniel, perhaps.
Leave.
Or not, I guess.
Said. Muifa has made landfall over Shanghai. Force 13 is declaring landfall. Muifa has made landfall in 12:31 a.m. China Standard Time in the district of Fengshan in the city of Shanghai. As analysis team is conducting the landfall intensity. To recap, if you just rejoined us back, Muifa has made its third landfall over Shanghai as we speak. Force 13 is declaring landfall right now.
So yeah, once again, landfall number 3, this time over the populated city of Shanghai. What was the estimate again? 975, as far as I'm aware.
CMA puts it at 975. We are determined exactly, but definitely will not far from 975.
Right.
So Kenny, have you got the estimates?
I'm waiting for the exact date.
Gotcha.
They're not fully arrived yet.
With made landfall, we'll be ending at the top of the hour, which is around 11 minutes from now. For those who are still with us in this hour, you can continue to send us questions, force 13 or in text with your questions in the YouTube chat. As our last round of question and answers will be provided.
Yeah, so once again, do all that. It will light up in a nice bright orange. Update on 96L. Well, it is now, as far as I'm aware, that is now known as 7L, tropical depression in the Atlantic.
Yes, it is. Sure.
So, headed for the Leeward Islands, 36 hours out, approximately. And yeah, they expect it to become a tropical storm, not a hurricane. Oh, that's a very good question that just came in as well. Shanghai skyscrapers receiving winds up to what?
As far as I'm aware, the highest winds are are still offshore. Winds are as high as 30 something meters per second. So so here it is the 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 graph here. Can you share it on the screen? It's loading. So here's the graph. So near the landfall regions, the winds are more or less parallel to the coastline. So there's some friction that restricted the sustained winds, but still reaching gale to storm force winds. Yeah, you can see those orange red areas, gale to storm force wind, and then you have the offshore even reaching hurricane force wind, still suggesting it is still a typhoon. Might well considerably weaker, but the concave shape of the coastline and this torrential rainfall will still be the main will pose a pretty significant flooding threat around 2 to 3 meters surge along with those currently affecting very strong gale plus force winds right now. So yeah.
Obviously, it made landfall doesn't mean that it's ending right here. The impacts are just started for the metropolis of Shanghai. Heavy winds, heavy rainfall, etc. will be felt in the coastal regions and will still be felt when the residents wake up tomorrow morning, I believe. After that, this Muifa will continue to head north and reach the province of Shandong. And after around 2 to 3 days, the storm will become engulfed into the jet stream and probably will be pulled away to impact whether the rest of the remnants will impact the country of North Korea and maybe the far eastern Russia. Anyone wanna say something?
I'm not sure where if any of our other team members were wanting to say anything, but I know that I've got a few more things that I want to say, but I just like as a last resort, of course.
Yes. You can see also the wind charts around the city of Shanghai. Well, obviously the coastal regions are having the most amount of winds with 25 meters per second. Expecting right now. Even into the inlands, we can still see 15 meters per second, which is around tropical storm force, right? Yeah, some around the threshold. So, gale to hurricane force winds are impacting the city of Shanghai.
Well, besides Muifa, Walter,
Uh-huh.
I'm just now noticing that the convection on is this I don't know if this is still 94E. I think that's what it is, but it's the western area of interest in the East Pacific. The convection is actually collapsing on that system right now.
Oh, really? I didn't notice the East Pac. Oh, yes, indeed.
Yeah, if you watch a loop in the latest streams, you can start to see that the convection has started to fade away.
I see.
That's just something that I've noticed
Both of them
in
are.
the get at least some conversation going.
And have you got some information for us still?
Well, I guess I can go on and on here. I can bring up some models here. I won't be sharing my screen, but I just want us to see how much rainfall Muifa is gonna bring to areas of China here. I'll just be a few minutes as I'm gonna pull up WSV3 here, that I can get like a more accurate number here. Just give me just a few minutes.
We're ending in 4 minutes time.
I'll have it out by then. Should have it out here just a second actually. Right, so within the next 5 days, we're looking at maybe over Shanghai proper, only around 2 inches
Then
of rainfall
have you
according to
shared
the
the screen
GFS.
yet?
No, I'm not sharing my screen. Do you want me to?
Well then, well, never mind, as you wish.
I'll share my screen. It's fine. So yeah, you can see here, very light amount of precipitation over Shanghai, and the reason behind this is because this typhoon, while it was over the Ryukyu Islands, it was moving very slowly and it was dropping very amounts of heavy rainfall. This storm right now, per the JTWC, right now is moving at 13 knots. That is, I'm just getting a mile per hour estimate. That's around 15 miles per hour, and that is around at 25 kilometers per hour. So the storm is actually moving decently quickly off towards the northwest here, and it's not going to be slowing down at all. But of course, once this system does get up here into northeastern China, it's going to become very broad, and its rainfall is going to increase a little bit. GFS here, at least this is the 6Z run here. Of course, the 12Z run has came out since then, but it's not available on my software, unfortunately. You can see here there's some rainfall totals up here in northeastern China getting up towards 5 to 6 inches, maybe 7. And you'll notice down here, there's Nanmadol. Oh wow, that's a lot of rainfall from Nanmadol out there. Clearly, you can see the track of it clearly. But if you're in southwestern Japan, watch out for Nanmadol. It's coming your way.
And Shanghai, offshore Shanghai. A bit earlier has recorded minimum station pressure of 970.1 hectopascals, 54 meters aloft, which translates to 976 hectopascals near the eye. Hence, the central pressure is set at 975, given available certainty, set at 975. Hence, with hurricane force conditions still offshore Shanghai, and given the pressure data and wind relationship, the winds are down to 70 knots accordingly. And it's currently moving north-northwest based on the interpolation of 2 landfall fixes. It's moving north-northwest approximately 30 kilometers per hour.
So Kenneth, we'll be ending shortly. It is quite an exciting way to end the stream. Typhoon Muifa has made, if you're just joining us, we're leaving now. But to reiterate, Muifa has made landfall 3 times over China. Both are in the eastern portions in the Zhejiang province, and right as the final landfall was in Shanghai.
Yes, Shanghai Fengshan over Shanghai city. Yeah.
We'll be having another live probably. I don't know who would do that, but we'll probably have another live tropical weather bulletin. If it isn't live, then never mind. If it will be live, we'll still be talking about the tropics and as well. But for right now, for us in here, we're exhausted and it's time for us to go and stay safe out in the tropics. It's still mid-September. And here we go. This has been Force 13 Live.